Good morning. All right. It is a good morning. 12 years ago, my special co-pilot was born. He was very happy to see your comments in the social channel. Really appreciate it. Achieved the effect I was looking for. Big smile on his face. All right. Looks like Sony's got a lot of activity this morning. What's going on with Sony? Sony. Or is it Santa Fe? Santa Fe. No, Sony. SNY, right? SNY is Sony? No, that's Santa Fe. Okay, Santa Fe. A lot of blocks, but it's not moving that much. Roku, there's some speculation within corporate that Roku is in play. There's some speculation within Roku that the stock is in play. Netflix acquisition chatter. Netflix acquisition chatter on Roku within the company. Also, CNBC was talking about corporate has made it impossible for workers to sell their shares. I'll wait and see. Okay, let's get ready. Let's get ready for the opening bell. So we're off a little bit this morning. Futures are off 20 handles. We'll see if they buy like they did yesterday. We did finish the day on a positive note. Tick cumulative is on a positive and a bullish trend on the 5-minute. We finished on 2-to-1 up volume, 2.5-to-1 up volume. And let me look at 60 minutes. 60 minute. All right, 60-minute tick is about to go green. It should go green at the open. Fast signal is higher than tick, so that should be green by the opening bell. All right, so we'll be looking for the flow. At the end of the day yesterday, SPY, there was a lot of puts traded at the end, at the close yesterday. At 413, 414, puts and calls being traded. Good morning. I forgot to let you in there, Rob. Sorry about that. Anyway, got up at 5 this morning. Was going to take the son to catch the sunrise, and I couldn't get them to wake up. Sunrise is at 6:04 a.m. here in Myrtle Beach. I was going to take him to the beach and watch the sunrise for his birthday, but he didn't want to get up. So be it. All right. So we left on a positive note. Tick cumulative is looking positive, and that's telling us that institutions were buying near the close yesterday. 2.5 to 1 up volume on both the NASDAQ and the NYSE. Advanced decline, we had 1,223 highs and the same amount of lows at the declining stocks at the close. So a little bit of a mixed reading there. Roku again, speculation that Netflix is going to acquire Roku. Employees at Roku have been discussing the possibility of a Netflix acquisition in recent weeks. Business Insider reports, citing people familiar with the matter. I love when they quote that. So somebody slips them something. Speculation had been swirling for some time that Roku looked ripe for a potential takeover. The streaming giant Netflix may consider the time is right to make a bid. Weakness in ad spending being pointed to for Roku's recent weakness. All right. So we're off 20 handles. We're just watching the flow this morning. We were positive all day yesterday. Market net flow for the entire options market was positive. I appreciate all the well wishes. For the sun. If you're a father and you have daughters and sons, you know how special a son is. My daughters are special as well, but something about looking into a young man's eyes as a father and seeing yourself when you were that age. I constantly see myself in him. It's so strange when I see some of the things he does. Anyway, so it'll be a special day. He asked me to take him someplace special for dinner tonight um, that he likes. It's it's on the pier in Myrtle Beach. He likes the burgers there, and we're gonna go to Dave and Buster's on the weekend, celebrate with his friends. Okay, so just waiting for the opening bell. We got about 5 minutes to go. Um, 5 minutes to go. Looking for Generac to continue making profits. Roku is up $5 at the moment. Roku. Most stocks are mixed or slightly lower. Nothing that really jumps out at me. Energy is still very strong, of course. Energy stocks very strong. The refiners remain strong as well. Valero and PBF Energy. Okay, we got a couple of minutes to go. All right, so going into the open, we've got some negative deltas to deal with, futures wise. Looking for aggressive buyers to show up. We're looking for about 1% in volatility today again. One% swings are the norm. We still have over 90 handles on the S&P 500 futures and S&P 500 SPY, 9 handles, plus or minus, open to close. VIX has been moving lower. Today it's up to 2470. We've become range bound through fatigue, more or less. Not a bad thing to be range bound. We can consolidate in time as well as price. And right now we're just consolidating in time. Okay, so S&P is in this range. Three minutes to go for the opening bell. 3-minute warning. Okay, so we've been in this range between 407, 4070, and 4170. This tight range for the past 7 trading days. Today makes number 8. All right, so either we break above 4180 or we break down through 4080 and move lower. Okay, volume has started to pick up yesterday. MACD is still above its signal line and RSI is above 50. So the odds are with the bulls that will buy the dip here. Let's just wait until about 9:45. I don't do anything the first 15 minutes except take profits off the table. If you're a new member, I usually take profits off the table where it's warranted, where it makes sense. If I'm up 20, 30, 40% overnight, I'll take profits off, reassess the markets after 9:50 a.m. at the earliest. The reason being I like to see VWAP tell me what is in play and what's not. A flat VWAP tells you a stock is not in play. A sloping VWAP, however, does tell you to look for the stock to be in play. Now look for high relative volume, greater than the day before, usually 2 times. That'll tell you what institutions are up to. Usually that comes on a tier 1 upgrade or some sort of upgrade or some news like Roku might be in play today. So we'll watch for Roku to have an upward sloping VWAP. Okay, there's your opening bell. All right, you can see this upward sloping VWAP all day yesterday. Options were trading on Roku. So we'll see if Roku follows through. Okay, Roku looking for the follow through. All right, the FANG stocks.
Low, minus 800. Extreme low,
all right, look for shorts to cover. Okay, not very big, not big volume on the push lower right here. Volume's not that high. We're only talking 3,000, 4,000 contracts. Okay. So right out of the gate, Apple, we're seeing a lot of calls on Apple. Futures pulling back. Give it a few minutes. Algo's taking care of imbalances. We're making a new low here on the futures. All right, VIX, watch for VIX to roll over. All right, Redbox. I see Redbox was showing some action this morning. Redbox gapping up 22%. All right, that was active to start the week. We had a nice follow through yesterday. If you still have Redbox, I'd take some profits. So this is a good example of what I would take some profits on. All right, still market weakness. We're down 26 handles on the futures. Let algos take care of imbalances before executing. All right, a lot of puts trading at the open. People taking profits off. VIX pushing a bit higher.
Maybe one would expect a little bit more of a better performance here for some of the energy stocks when we think about the actual performance of energy. I think what is so interesting though is you're actually getting some some of the intraday stocks here hitting record highs. I think you had Valero yesterday, another price target increase. ExxonMobil was at another record high.
All right, looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. Looking for VIX to drop off.
Underneath the sector surface though, even though crossing the energy sector only up 65% with a huge gains in crude that you see.
And so you're very disciplined, seemingly no interest in building that capacity.
Nope, it is all about cash flow, returning money to shareholders. That has been the theme of the decade, maybe. That's
3-month highs in crude oil. All right, the markets are going positive now. All right, looking for calls here. Looking for calls. Still a little too early to jump in. Waiting a few minutes. AMD, looking for a follow through on AMD. Yeah, me too. Buford looking at the AMD as well. All right, there goes Facebook. Facebook on the move. There goes Facebook. Wouldn't it be cool? Be cool if Facebook bought Roku. All right, Apple popping up very quickly. All right, so bargain hunters, very quick to buy. I might buy some SPY calls a little early. Wednesday calls today, SPY. Let's see if we can't get something here cheap. Maybe this pops. Tesla looks like it's ready to go as well. Tesla going. Looks good. Tesla. Roblox is going. All right. All right, Roku looks like it's going to continue. Watch Roku. Roku. Need to see a positive slope in VWAP. All right, we gapped up. We had a positive slope yesterday. There was a lot of option volume on Roku trading yesterday. Not seeing a lot yet on the trade this morning so far. Okay, calls are starting to get bought. We've got positive slope on the market so far, positive. All right, tick cumulative did turn back down. And we're 1-to-1 up-down volume, so there's really no edge at the moment. Roku, Target still getting bought. Target, Riot trying to get back above 7. Tesla's on the move. Tesla looks pretty strong. Let's take a look at Tesla. Roku could be in play today. Okay, Roku looking good. Okay, a nice positive slope to VWAP so far. VIX is rolling over. All right, so if VIX starts to roll over here, I'll probably buy some just out of the money calls like the 414s. Okay, VIX is still dropping. Tempted to buy some now. Wait a few more minutes. Roku's still going. Roku looks good. There goes NVIDIA. Apple on the move. Watch AMD. AMD here. Watch AMD. AMD could go today. Calls have been very active on AMD. Okay, there goes SPY. SPY's on the move here. VIX is still dropping off. VIX still dropping off. That's a good sign. Morning, everyone. It's a good day. It's my son's birthday. Very happy for him. He's all excited. I bought him an AK-47 BB gun. He's excited to go shoot it in the woods. AMD. Watching AMD for a little follow through. Watching options currently, mostly Amazon, Enphase Energy, Enphase, solar energy stocks. Maybe solar gets a bid today. Yesterday it took a breather. Enphase. Okay, that's following through. All right, so Enphase looking for a follow through. Okay, Facebook looking good. Looking for 200 on Facebook. Facebook looking for 200. Nice follow through so far. Facebook. Looking for it to jump above the 50-day. We can get through 200. Maybe we see 202, 203. 203 is the 50-day moving average. Facebook, 203. Okay, Roku. Looking for a follow through in Roku. All right, so a little bit of a fade there on that little burst in volume. There goes Roku. Roku working. All right, I bought some Roku shares. We're starting to follow through. Okay, Roku. All right, about to clear 100, the 50-day. Roku has an ATR of about $8, $8.36. It's currently up 7. Roku. So we could see an expansion day. We could press through the 50-day, go up to 110 very quickly. The 50-day is 102. And 105 today. Roku looking good. Let's see if it continues to find buyers. Facebook's holding up fairly well. Apple, Nvidia, just a little profit taking. Microsoft pulled back a little bit. Tesla following through. Tesla looks strong. Okay, Roblox consolidating right near 33. Energy is still strong. Let's see what energy looks like today. Energy. Okay, a little doji up there. Buyers at the low this morning. Buyers at the low. Okay, small cap energy, PSCE, small cap energy. For that to follow through. That looks good. All right, let's check what's being driven this morning. Etsy, Moderna. Moderna again. Watching the biotech ETFs, IBB, XBI, LABU. All right, Moderna's on the move. Tesla looks good. Enphase is up 2.39%. You're already seeing wicks on the top of some of these candles. So let's see if we continue to have buyers coming in. Okay, Brown and Foreman following through. PFB. That looks really good. Brown and Foreman. Okay, it's at the 200-day. Wynn Resorts. All right, that's following through. Wynn. What's Las Vegas Sands look like? Match.com. Match, MTCH. GameStop going again. I took GameStop off too quick there, Cayman. Okay, GameStop going again. I think 150 is your target, right? Oh, no, 200, I think it was. EVIX breaking down again. Okay. UNG, seeing a lot of flow here on the call side. UNG. The 24 calls on UNG. That's interesting. That's deep in the money. 24 calls. JOBY, seeing a lot of 750 calls trading on JOBY. JOBY. A lot of 750 calls. JOBY. 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 Joby Aviation. Can't get it out of my mouth. JOBY. The 750 calls. JOBY. They're cheap. They're real cheap. They're 10 cents. Maybe they get a double out of this. Okay, JOBY, that one's seeing a lot of call activity. The 750 call, it's a little out of the money. I don't think it gets there, but if it can get any kind of lift, maybe there's some speculation. The June 17th, 750 call is 10 cents. 5 cents was the last. Okay. All right, looking for SPY to follow through now. All right, SPY is a buy. SPY is a buy. Bought today's 414s. I bought the 414s. We're in the money now. Following through. I might buy some 415s, 416s. Bought 416 calls. All right, gonna blast in higher here. Holy smokes, look at this. That's a nice little move. Wow. Wow, that was impressive. Okay, we ran right into resistance. We got about 45,000 contracts right here at 41.58. Deltas went positive.
We are 10 minutes away now from the top of the hour, where we see the US wholesale inventories month-on-month revised. This is the revised figure for April. Forecast 2.1% on the prior 2.1%. On the US wholesale sales month-on-month, saw a prior read of 1.7%.
Okay, Roblox continues to thrust higher. Roblox. Nice day on Roblox. Maybe take some profits off Roblox. Consider taking some profits off on the calls. Facebook looking good. Facebook. All right, Facebook following through. Looking for a 202 and 205 on Facebook. Looking for Roku to continue. NVIDIA is still going. Watch AMD as well. AMD, looking for a breakout on AMD. Just need to see some calls. Apple's getting most of the attention today. Apple, let's see what Apple's got going here. Let me just check Apple real quick. Apple's on the move. Apple, the 149s, 150s are active again today. All right, the 145s through 150 calls are very active on Apple. I would only buy dips like the one we had about 6-8 minutes ago. If you're watching the 2-minute chart, look at Apple. You see that 8 minutes ago we had this little dip back to VWAP. Notice VWAP is bullish. Notice VWAP is bullish. That's telling you that there should be more in play. What if Apple bought Roku? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. What if Apple bought Roku? Apple really needs to pick up on its material because it's really lacking in programming compared to, say, Disney, which has, 50 years of programming or more. Hulu, although Hulu says they don't advertise if you buy a premium subscription. My experience is that very brief experience was that they continue to advertise, which is a pain in the butt. You pay for a premium subscription with no advertising, you get advertising anyway. Yeah, Ted Lasso. I haven't watched that. All right, steel should follow through. Had a pretty strong day yesterday. They're currently off a little bit. Watching Facebook, Apple, Roku, Roblox still going.
Away from the top of the hour and the release of the US wholesale inventories, month-on-month revised data for April. Forecast 2.1% on the
Tesla still going. SoFi
with the
pushing
US
higher.
wholesale sales
Roblox
month-on-month,
going.
which saw a prior read of 1.7% as well.
Okay, steel stocks are off a little bit today. They all were strong yesterday. I would imagine that they'll catch a bid later. Target's going. Target's still doing quite well. Dollar Tree, that was very strong yesterday. Dollar Tree will most likely buy a lot of Target's inventory at a discount. That's what they generally do. All right, there goes the SPY. SPY doing very well here. SPY doing very well. Rising rapidly with its bullish 920 period moving averages. VIX dropping off. Okay. SPY. Don't be shy taking profits on SPY. You're probably doing very well. All right, so energy, we look like we're going to see Valero and PBF continue this ramp higher. I got a feeling these are just going to keep going into next year. Refining stocks, oil refining stocks. I have PBF. I don't have Valero anymore. I did have Valero back here when it broke out in March. I sold as it started to pull back. And that continues to move higher. So I hold on to PBF. I buy dips only. I'm not going to stay with this very much longer. I'm waiting for a pullback to the 9 and 21 day. Start to see some topping candles. I'll take some profits in that group. All right, a little profit taking right here. A little profit taking. VIX is still dropping off. It looks like profit taking for now. Okay, net flow is very squarely right now. Positive to negative, back to positive. All right. All right. SPY option summary, net flow is negative at the moment. Okay, looking for that to turn back up. We have dark pool about, let's see, 95 million at 415.95. Yesterday, 415.60 was a very large dark pool order.
Oil deal with Rosneft to buy 6 million barrels a month. So again, according to sources, Indian Oil Corp signed a 6-month deal with Rosneft to buy 6 million barrels per month.
All right, so it's not quite 10 o'clock.
So 1 minute remaining now for the US wholesale inventories. I'll be reading the month-on-month revised figure first.
Wholesale inventory is out in less than a minute. Hey, baby. Good morning. Did you say happy birthday to your brother?
I said I was going to hunt him for sport.
Oh, yeah?
Let me take these.
Okay.
Ten seconds.
Roblox continues to push higher.
2%, 2% higher than the forecast of 1% of the US wholesale sales month-on-month at 0.
Inventory is a little bit higher than expected. Inventory is higher than expected. Watch price action here. Might get another dip to buy. All right, take some profits on SPY. Looking for another dip to get bought. There's no buyers down here at the moment. We do have positive deltas. Microsoft pulling back pretty quick here. Apple pulling back, people selling. Apple, a whole string of calls just came through. Apple, the 150 calls for next week. 150 calls for next week. Apple. All right, just coming across here. Apple. Net flow is bullish. Okay, looking for this dip to get bought. All right, some puts coming through now. $150 strike for next week is very active for Apple. All right, see if we get a bounce here. Looking for a higher low. And looking for futures to pick up here. All right. VIX needs to roll over again. The 150 strikes for Apple are pretty significant. So that little bit of selling that we just got there, still looking a little negative. We're below the dark pool level. There's $825 million worth of dark pool blocks right in this area, 412.80. Okay, so we're above that. Facebook continuation. Apple looking for the follow through. Apple, I have some of those 150 calls. Facebook still going. Facebook going for 200. Facebook looking very strong here. Facebook. All right, 202, 200, 202, 203. Facebook, nice follow through on Facebook. Facebook has an ATR of just over $9. Facebook. Facebook's ATR is +9. We got +4 right now. Okay, so we could see more upside on Facebook if this volume continues. We got a nice volume on Facebook so far this morning. Got a nice dip that's getting bought here in SPY. Okay, watching. Again, we'll probably test 4160, 4162. That's where all the supply is. Roblox continues to move higher. All right, what do today's calls, what do IWM calls look like? These are pretty cheap. IWM, 50 cents for the at the monies, just out of the money. 50 cents for IWM for today's calls are 50 cents. If we get some kind of follow through, right now we're just sitting here. Keep an eye on futures. Bookmap is flat at the moment. right, IWM. $190s are $1. SPY, Qs. Nice move on the Qs today, thanks to the FANG stocks. Okay, looks like we could get above 315 by Friday, maybe even today if we get some sort of follow through. Got to see the I got to see the volume though. Friday. Problem is these gap downs that we've seen. Let's go take a look at growth and value. Okay, so we got a pretty decent day so far in growth. That'll probably follow through. VIX is rolling over here. All right. A lower high on SPY for now. VIX is drifting a bit lower. Yesterday at the close, we had a buyers at the low of the day on the equal weight index. Okay, these 10 stocks, we want to see these following through. That makes up 28% of the weight of the S&P 500, these 10. So we want to see these higher highs and higher lows perpetuate and continue to move higher. You can see how price action has been moving sideways in a range. This is day 8 in this range. However, also note the moving average and the wicks are at higher levels during the week. Last week and this week, these wicks continue to show that there's buyers coming up underneath, supporting price as we push higher. The pressure to break out is there. We just need to see more blocks to show that institutions are actually buying. They are not at the moment. SPY, IWM, small blocks, 2 each. That's anemic at best. We need to see tick cumulative turn up. Right now, we're 1-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is favored at the moment. NASDAQ is favored, the NASDAQ 100. Okay. Apple back up to the highs of the day. More selling coming in. All right, so still kind of choppy. Give it a few more minutes. Early morning scalp in the 414 calls. Out of those, you should have taken those off as well. Amazon looks like it might go. It's positive on the day, 40 cents. It was off like $1.50 at the close yesterday. So looking for Amazon to follow through. Amazon. What was it you were looking at there? Let's see. Where'd you go? Nick, what were you looking at? You were looking at Knox. Traded this one, Nano X. Yeah, that's not a bad looking setup. I'd like to see some volume on the option side. And NOX. And NOX. Okay, no options show. Oh, that's not right. Let me do this here. And NOX. All right, so SPY still drifting a bit lower. Nano X, the 1250 calls. So 165 of those traded for
-800.
August. The 1250 strike in Nano X. 1250s. It's a little too far out of the money. In NOX. $12.50s. Yeah, there's a few more trading there today. I'd like to see a lot more volume on NanoX though. Okay, SPY playing coy right now, not going anywhere. We could see another doji day. Okay, SPY. For now, it's a doji, still inside this range. Nobody's winning at the moment. There's very few blocks. More blocks on the Qs. We got 4 blocks on the Qs, 2 on SPY, 2 on IWM so far. And we've got just shy of 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. NYSE just went slightly negative 1-to-1 down volume. NanoX looks like it wants to keep going. More sellers. All right, so it looks like 4140 is where they're headed at the moment if we can't turn this. 4140.
Minus 800.
There's some buyers down there. Okay, deltas just went negative on SPY.
Tick alert.
So it looks like we're going to stay inside of this range. All right, that's a pretty quick sell-off there. Waiting for a better setup. We had that setup this morning. That was pretty quick. Scalp took about 10 minutes, 8 minutes. All right, puts are outnumbering calls for now. Market net flow is flat on the day. Facebook still holding up very well. Facebook is doing well. A little bit of selling at the highs, but it looks like a higher low building right here. Facebook. Tesla fading from the highs, 750. Looking for buyers to step up. Nikola is up again today. Nikola. GSK following through and fading a little bit. GSK, that was active yesterday. NIO looking for the follow through. Tesla looks good. Roku 102.24, looking for higher highs and higher lows on Roku. Alibaba, seeing more calls on Alibaba. That one's been active all week. Alibaba. 100 call was active to start the week. Continuation. Alibaba. GameStop was very active yesterday. Looking for a follow through on GameStop. Let's see Cayman's trading GameStop. Looking for it to leap above the 200-day. Could take a few days. So if you're trading options, just figure that in. You don't want to buy the high of the day. You want to buy these little dips in GameStop. Okay, the 200-day is just overhead at 150. So it could consolidate here for a few days. Be patient. Make sure you're buying dips. All right, you might be able to get some calls again here for a follow through. Let's see. Got a long way to go for supply. Maybe the 414s again for today. Can we get some sort of follow through here? Shorts covering.
According to the Chinese UN envoys, the US needs to take action on North Korea, such as easing sanctions and ending joint military exercises.
Okay, puts are starting to drop off. Calls are starting to get picked up on SPY.
As we're now 10 minutes away to the bottom of the hour, where we do get a weekly US EIA inventories data. So the crude oil inventories forecast minus 2.5 million on the prior minus 5.068 million, but with the range seen at minus 0.9 to minus 4.1 million. US EIA distillate inventories forecast 0.6 million on the prior minus 0.530 million, and the US EIA gasoline inventories are forecast 0.8 million on the prior minus 0.711 million.
I just bought the 414s again. 25-cent stop.
Closed last night. So we got the API crude oil stock change, which came out at 1.845 million, which was a build on the forecast with minus 0.69 million.
I'll be out of these pretty quick. All right, let's see. Generac is up another $2. Generac. Generac doing well, following through. I'll be moving stops up again soon. Google looks good. Google pushing higher. Okay, SPY. Can we retest the highs? There's very little supply overhead. Supply is at 41.55.
Crude oil futures margins by 10.3%. Also looking to the crypto fear and greed index, 17 out of 100, indicating extreme fear.
Apple dips getting bought. Facebook dips getting bought. Facebook too. Okay, Amazon, Roku, K-Web, Baba. Roku. Apple.
Fear and greed index, 34 out of 100.
More flow on Apple, Facebook. Looking for more. Oh, there goes Baba. A shitload of 110 calls. 110 calls. Big flurry of 110 calls on Alibaba for 617. All right, a bunch of Alibaba calls just traded the 110 call. Let me see I might buy some of those 110 calls. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some. I'd like to buy it on another dip here. 110 for next week are very active. 13,000 of them have traded already. All right, let's see if we get Baba to continue. All right, I want to buy a dip. I don't want to buy it up here. All right, Alibaba. Looking for a follow through. VWAP is tilted higher, so look for a follow through and a breakout. Little dips is what I'd be interested in buying. Alibaba, the 110 call. Okay.
So we're now 5 minutes away to the
Alibaba.
bottom of the hour and the release of the weekly US EIA inventories data. Headline being crude oil inventories, forecast -2.5 million on the prior -5.068 million, with the range seen at -0.9 to -4.1 million. US EIA distillate inventories forecast for 0.6 million on the prior -5.30 million. Once we get the US EIA gasoline inventories, forecast 0.8 million on the prior -0.711 million. So let's remind you of the API stock change numbers that came out privately yesterday. So crude oil did come in at a surprise build, 1.845 million on forecast of -0.69 million.
AMD looking for the follow through. AMD looking for a follow through. Okay, Alibaba looking for a follow through in Alibaba. All right, a little dip here is what I'm looking for that gets bought. Watching SPY. All right, buyers is coming up underneath price here on the futures. Buyers are coming up. Got about 40,000 contracts underneath, coming up underneath. All right, supplies at 41.55. Prices pushing up underneath. We got a lot of supply coming in, 50,000 contracts just underneath price right now on the futures. That should help to support. So we need to see confirmation now. Deltas need to keep climbing. Alibaba looking for that to take off. I do note that most of those calls were at the bid. Okay, we got a few coming in at the ask. 375 contracts on Alibaba. Go ahead, SPY. Just jump above this level. Jump above. All right. The buyers keep lifting higher and higher. So it looks like they're chasing price a little bit. 41.48. All right, a little bit lower now.
So 1 minute remaining now. I'll be leading with the US EIA crude oil inventories.
All right, Baba coming back a little bit. Apple. Still seeing a lot of flow in Apple. ExxonMobil. Some flow in ExxonMobil here. The 110 strike on ExxonMobil. 105s and 110s. 500 contracts. SPY pulling back a little bit. Okay, those buyers just disappeared on the futures.
Two spot 0.25 million, 2 spot 0.25 million. That's a build on the forecast of minus 2 spot 5 million. Gasoline inventories minus 0.812 million, minus 0.812 million, which is a draw on the forecast of 0.8 million. Distillers inventories at 2 spot 592 million, 2 spot 592 million. A build on the forecast of 0.6 million. Just a recallion forecasted for minus 2.5 million. Noting some upside movement on WTI crude following this.
All right, here goes SPY. Nice little pop here. All right, VIX looks like it wants to drop off a little bit. Alibaba looking for a follow through. Facebook looking for 202 now. Still got some supply overhead, 41.52 and 41.55. VIX looks like it wants to drop off.
The US EIA inventories report is now available on the feed.
All right, there goes Facebook. Facebook about to blow here. All right, Facebook's about to tag the 50-day, it looks like. Facebook. Okay, we're headed for the 50-day 202. All right, there goes SPY. SPY on the move here. All right, we should see 415.50, 416, maybe this leg higher. VIX still trying to get a little bit lower.
Some commentary from the EIA US crude stocks in the SPR fell in the latest week to the lowest since March 1987.
All right, nice little push here in SPY. VIX is dropping off pretty nicely. Facebook's trying for that 50-day moving average up there at 203, 203.32. SPY going here. VIX dropping off. All right, we're through supply. We're through supply.
According to US Treasury Secretary Yellen, says the interest burden of US debt remains completely manageable over the next decade.
Okay, Apple. Apple looks like it could let loose if it can get above 150. All right, it sold some of those 414s.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen currently testifying before the House Committee, and we have provided the live video for this on the feed if you'd like to watch along.
All right, Facebook looks like it just wants to keep going here. Facebook looking good. Facebook. Nikola, more calls on Nikola. And some puts thrown in there. Peloton, we got the 27 put on Peloton. Okay, SPY's just stuck here for now. Apple, Facebook. Facebook's got a nicer slope. Note the flat VWAP on Apple. Note Facebook has an upward sloping VWAP. It's in play more so than Apple. You see that flat VWAP? So I'd be more interested in playing Facebook at the moment because of that. Okay, keep an eye on Facebook. Upward sloping VWAP. Every time it came back down to VWAP, it got bought and the volume picked up. Look at the relative volume. Relative volume looks good for Facebook. And RSI is above 50. That looks good for Facebook. All right, GameStop, looking for the follow through. Google's up 11. GlaxoSmithKline. All right, there goes Facebook. GSK, looking for a follow through. Glaxo, looking for the follow through. GSK. SPY following through. Facebook still got some puts coming through now. 185s. It looks like somebody's selling premium at the bid. Roku, the 90 calls. 90 puts, sorry. 90 puts on Roku. Lucid following through today. Lucid. Lucid, nice follow through today on Lucid. McDonald's, no follow through. Roku continues to climb. Okay, SPY, no follow through yet. VIX is still at the lows. GameStop trying to follow through. Tesla's up 27. Tesla starting to flag now, starting to see some profit taking at the highs, 750. About $5 off of the highs right now. Energy stocks, Southwestern Energy mentioned yesterday, that one's following through. SWM.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, we're pulling back now. Looks like we're going to be in a doji today for SPY, S&P. Looks like we'll be in a doji day. Okay, doji for the day. Range bound price action.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says the Biden administration has not taken a position on windfall profits tax for energy producers.
Roku, producing higher highs, higher lows. Roku.
And Treasury Secretary Yellen adding that the inflation target of 2% is an appropriate target.
Facebook starting to see a little bit of profit taking at the highs. Facebook. So we got a doji on the S&P. Look for a price action to stay near VWAP, high or low. Long VWAP, you can see how VWAP is flattened out compared to yesterday. We had a nice upward sloping VWAP most of the day and price pulled away. Right now we got consolidation and a doji pattern. Up down volume is 1-to-1, so that's mirroring what we're seeing. Tick cumulative is moving lower. Tick cumulative is moving lower, so that's telling you the institutions aren't buying right now, and blocks are also telling you the same thing. Very few blocks on the SPY, more so on the Qs and IWM. SPY, we've got 4 or 5 so far. That's pretty anemic for a Wednesday. Qs, we've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 on the Qs. That's pretty anemic as well. And IWM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on the IWM. So there's more activity on the IWM. Now let's take a look at high yield corporate, HYG, and junk bonds. It's still consolidating. Volume tapering off. All right, so here we go, SPY trying to get something going. All right, there's very little supply overhead. If we do run back up to the highs, there's very little supply if you're thinking about calls again on this dip. All right, there's a little bit of supply coming in here right at 41.51. All right. All right, we got bag holders level on Facebook at this level. People that have sold here before, 193. Okay, so we're right at that level, trading at 199.93. This level right here, people who got stuck thinking we're going to, exactly what we're thinking right now. We're looking for a pop above the 50-day. Didn't happen. So there's some sellers right here that are probably just happy to get to break even. Once those sellers are done, maybe we see the 203 level, that's the 50-day, and then 205 over here. That's the last bag level to the left. Okay, so once we get through this level, then we got the 50-day and then 205.46. The 50 days at 203.31. So that's possible. Facebook's showing strength. It's got an ATR of just over $9, currently up only $4. So we could see $5 if the markets would cooperate. Watching HYG and junk. See if they catch a bid here. Generac is up 250. It's kind of choppy right now, Generac. Generac should keep going. This time of year, Generac usually sees bullish flow between May and October, hurricane season. All right, you can see if you exclude the red volume, you can see that institutions have been picking up shares. It's about 8 million shares of traded hands from 240 up to 295. That's a pretty decent gain so far. Running up against areas where we will run into resistance right along this area right in here, right around 305, that volume by price band. A little extended. I'm thinking that GNRC could make a little dip first. GameStop looking for the follow through. Looking at once we get up to that upper Keltner band, the third Keltner band, look for a little fade like we did here a couple of weeks ago. We had this little fade. That's what I'm looking for. That would be another bullish entry point once we see buyers step up like we did here. So you get a nice rip higher. We hit the 50-day, we consolidate. The next day gives us a bullish signal. Got to follow through. Right now, I'm looking for the same thing. Maybe we get up to 305 or so. 310 is the max. I would think we run into this volume by price band over here. We get to 305, 310. I'd probably take a little profits off there. Look for a little fade again. Let the 9 EMA, 5 EMA catch up. Watch for buyers. That'd be a second entry point on GNRC. Looks pretty good though. GameStop looks like it wants to keep going. Chewy's a little bit higher today. Chewy's not making a whole lot of progress. I'm taking Chewy off. I have January calls. I have a nice profit. I'm going to take Chewy off here. Chewy, I took profits off. It's not moving very much. I have a nice profit. I don't want theta to kick in too much. It's probably going to break towards 32. If it gets above 30, then I'll reassess an entry. Got this volume by price Kirby over here where we could see an acceleration in price back up to 37, 38. For now, I'm out. Chewy. I got in late last week, I believe. I have to check my records. I think I got in on Wednesday. Chewy looking for a follow through. All right, Amazon. Lots of calls here on Amazon. Lots of calls hitting the tape here on Amazon. Amazon, a lot of flow here. Amazon, a lot of Caterpillar too. Cat 2. Let's take a look at Caterpillar. Amazon, looking for the follow through. Okay, Doji for now. Caterpillar seeing some action. All right, that makes sense. Caterpillar still going. The 260 call. 260 call. And that is in September. Caterpillar 260 call for September. Let's see what that looks like. September. It's a little bit. Not a tremendous amount. Looks better. Veru, seeing the 15 call on Veru. Veru was active yesterday. Veru, more calls. Thanks. Thanks, John. Veru. Veru, the 15 calls are trading. Apple, looking for the follow through. Caterpillar, looking for that to continue. Caterpillar looks pretty strong here. Caterpillar, I don't want to go, want to buy the high of the day. We're still trending on Caterpillar. It's got a $6 ATR. It's up 283. Could see 236 before slowing down. 235 calls for Friday are 60 cents.
So we're seeing some more colour, some more commentary by the EIA here. There's the US crude stocks in SPR. Fell by the record 7.3 million barrels in the latest week.
Caterpillar looking for a follow through. Steel stocks off a bit today. All right, the markets have just settled into a nice little rhythm here. Sideways, deltas continue to grind slightly higher. Deltas are still rising. We got supply at 41.53, supply 41.53, demand or support at 41.46. We're right in the middle of that. Okay, SPY looks like it wants to pop again. VIX is dropping off. Caterpillar, watching Caterpillar. Cat looks good. All right, so cat looks good. Let's keep an eye on what's working here. Etsy on the move. Etsy at 85. Okay, no wicks on the top of the candle for the most part. CarMax. I visited my local CarMax recently with the wife. We were looking at cars for the daughter. There was a Jaguar on the lot with like 5,000 miles on it. She was eyeballing that. I said, "This is not for the daughter." No, I want it. I want it. All right, so SPY pulling back a little bit. All right, CarMax looks very strong. CarMax, very strong looking chart today. CarMax. Breaking above baggies. CarMax looks very good. Veru, no, I just wanted to point it out. I'm not going to take it just yet. I like the dip though on Veru. Probably follows through. You know what? I should probably take some. Veru looks like it's going to follow through here. Veru. All right, buyers coming in. Okay, I'd like to get a little dip. I should have bought right there. Should have bought there on that dip. I missed my entry. All right, yeah, Veru looks pretty good. Like it wants to break out. 1750 is the high, the recent high that we had back in April. All right, I'd like to buy some. All right, watching for a dip here. I'd like to buy some Veru 16 calls or 15 calls. Looking at the 16 call. We got the 1640 yesterday. Over here 3 weeks ago, we got the 1637. We got that 750 level there. Higher lows, 921 are steeply sloping higher. Looks like we could get to 16 and change. I'd like to see a little dip first. More selling coming in. It's a doji day, S&P doji day, so don't be scared of the clicking and clacking in the background. We're on a doji. Most likely that's going to be the action today. Probably see a retest of the low and maybe a retest of the high. VWAP is flat. Okay, so there's no momentum here. Doesn't mean we can't drop off. We got lower highs so far today, higher lows, more of a triangle pattern. VIX is trying to push a bit higher.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says in light of inflation, there should be further deficit reduction.
Markets aren't moving that much right now. GameStop pulling back a bit. Moving sideways to slightly lower at the moment. Roku, just off the highs now, Roku. Pretty much a theta killing Wednesday. We're seeing that a lot lately. We kill premium on the midweek Wednesday.
Administration officials saying supply chain negotiation is to be a key part of new economic agenda for Americans. That's Biden will announce on Wednesday.
Why are you so loud? All right.
So just to repeat, senior Biden administration official says that supply chain negotiation is to be a key part of new economic agenda for Americans that Biden will announce on Wednesday.
Facebook fading at the moment. Looking for that test of the 50-day. Running into some bag holders. People who just want to break even. They may have been off a little bit the last few days. Getting up to that level, you'll run into some bag holders. Once that supply is gone, we can see Facebook test the 50-day. SPY pulling back a little bit more. Futures pulling back. Target up $1.28 at the highs of the day. Target, like Walmart, when Walmart announced earnings and guidance, we had that drop off, and then we finally saw some buyers coming in. Watching Target for the similar kind of price action, see if institutions are interested. Target management needs to get rid of some inventory that they accumulated. Miscalculation on their part. Guidance was so-so. But we're at a discount. We were trading $250 only a month ago. We're at $150, so a $100 discount. I got a feeling a lot of institutions will be interested to buy here. So that said, we want to see the obvious. We want to see volume pickup. So I can see this volume by price area here starting to build. That's starting to show potential base in this area. That makes sense. So target, I like it. Stop underneath 146 or so if it drops off below this. So it's about a $12 stop. If you buy today, maybe just underneath the low of the day. Target looks like it's going to continue higher. Looking for a follow through. We've already got the dip. So it's just a matter of seeing RSI starting to lift. Essentially getting another low, not a lower low, but another low, and RSI is making a higher low. So that's some divergence there. Stochastics in an oversold condition starting to rise. MACD crossing, everything's starting to set up. Maybe Target gets a little blast back towards some mean reversion to the 21-day at 175, 174. That's almost 20 points from here. 18 points, 17 points. All right, so watching high yield corporate, that's not following through yet. High yield corporate and junk bonds. flow. Seeing some ExxonMobil, more calls on ExxonMobil. Energy, ExxonMobil continues to push higher. VLO, Valero, still pushing higher. EBF, the other refiner, OG for now, at the highs. GameStop is off $1 now. All right, sectors. All right, most sectors are red on the day. We got about 70% of sectors are red, 30% are green. The leaders are biotechs, crude oil, energy, communications, thanks to Facebook, and Charter Communications and others. Let's see what Charter looks like. Charter. All right, making higher lows. XLC, the communications sector. All right, that looks like it could see the $62 level soon. It's got the 50-day descending very quickly, so we need to see price move above that. Roku will help too. Roku's in the communications and broadcasting sector. Roku meeting resistance at the 50-day. Maybe the next couple of days we get above the 50-day. Maybe the 9 and 21 cross up. Maybe. Price action needs to continue. All right, biotechs and IBB, XBI, LABU. Let's see what they look like. Making higher lows. Okay, LABU looking much better. LABU is looking much better, turning the corner. Very large base. Volume by price. We start to scoot back towards 10. Last time we traded this one was up near the 18s and 19s. It got stopped underneath the 50-day when it lost the 50-day. Now we're starting to head in the other direction. Okay, when we get stretched away from the 50-day, prices move back towards the 50-day. Same thing here, get stretched away from the 50-day, more so now. Looking for a retest of the 50-day. Stocks like Moderna were active this morning. Let's see what's continuing to see price action. Most actives, Moderna still here on 3.5%. Note the wick on the top of the candle. That's what I'm looking for. Netflix grinding higher from 170 up to 230 points over the last few weeks. That's not bad. CarMax breaking out. CarMax looks good. I would say 105 is probably the next level. 106. Volume starting to pick up. It's got an ATR of $4. It's up $4, so you'd be chasing it right now. I don't want to buy CarMax at the high of the day. Look for little dips. Okay, look for a dip back to VWAP. That's $2 off the highs, so that would be a decent entry if buyers show up. Note VWAP is sloping higher on CarMax like yesterday over here at 10 o'clock, 10:30. Then it flattened out. Then it started sloping higher towards the end of the day. So it looks like it's in play for a second day. CarMax. I just wouldn't buy it at the high of the day. I would buy it on a dip. Volume starting to pick up, showing signs that institutions might be buying. You can see this volume by price lip over here, showing that this is a very large base area. Once we get back above 112, we could see an attack of 200. CarMax looks pretty good. Used cars galore. I've never been to a CarMax until like a weekend ago, 2 weeks ago, I believe, with my wife. We were looking for cars for my daughter and for school. She had her eyeballs on a new Jaguar. It had like 5,000 miles on it. It's like, I'm not here to buy Jaguars, baby. You know. It gets up to a couple of years old for my daughter that I know, maybe one owner. Used cars are they're going for a premium, and the dealerships know it. They know it. Facebook looking for an ABCD pattern, maybe. Facebook. VIX looks like it wants to drop off. If VIX does drop off, we do have several levels of supply overhead in the futures. We're drifting a little bit lower right now. So lower highs. VIX is making lower lows. SPY is making lower highs. Okay, there's very little supply overhead. Levels of supply are mostly 10,000 contracts instead of 40,000 or 60,000. Yesterday we saw 150,000 overhead, yet we managed to close pretty strong on the S&P. Closed pretty strong near the highs of the session, almost the high of the day. We had 150,000 contracts overhead supply, and we kept beating against it. That tapered off. Today, we've just got 10,000 contracts overhead, multiple levels until we get to 4151. 4151 is about 40,000 contracts there. So these are smaller size lots on the futures. Deltas are still pretty positive. VIX looks like it wants to drop off. So I'm looking for this dip to get bought. Owen Oak, looking for a follow through. Owen Oak. All right, that's a natural gas plays. Check out your natural gas plays. OKE, a lot of these are continuing higher. All right, so this is, I got this targeted for 74. Owen Oak, I got the June 17th, next week's calls. If we can't get through this level, I might take these off, take some profits, and get something a little further out. All right, we get a little blast in volume here. All right, so SPY's starting to go. Futures, there's no supply until we get to 4151. $41.51. Book map. You can see there's no major supply until we get to 4151 is about 40,000 contracts sitting there. And 4150 there's about 40,000 contracts, 35,000 contracts there. And we're still got positive deltas. All right, so looking for a follow through. SPY's bouncing. All right, let's look at anything that's bouncing right now. Facebook, looking for a lift here on Facebook. ABCD pattern probably playing out on Facebook. Apple, a lot of flow. Baba seeing flow as well. Alibaba breaking higher now. Baba going higher. All right, we're breaking out on a squeeze. Okay, we got a squeeze on Alibaba. The 110 calls were very active this morning. I mentioned that about 45 minutes ago, I guess. Got a nice tight squeeze here. TTM squeeze, if you will. Whenever this will trigger once these green lines out move outside the gray area. That'll be a TTM squeeze trigger. Watching Alibaba here. Alibaba is starting to pick up some momentum now. Okay, watch Alibaba. These are all scalps. If you took the 110 calls about 45 minutes ago, these are scalps. I'd like to be in and out of trades, make a 25 to 50% until the markets break out of this 8-day range that we're in. S&P is in an 8-day range. Okay, we're in a tight squeeze right now, but S&P is in a 8-day range. Sorry, need to either break out towards a 50-day or break down. I got a feeling it's going to be a break out to the upside. Out. The reason being, S&P equal weight index starting to favor more the bull side. Okay, these 10 stocks, if they get going, I'm watching the fangs right here. All of these 10 stocks I'm watching on one screen. Apple's starting to go right here. All right, so we see this little squiggly as we're trading sideways on the equal weight index. CCI is at 100. Looking for this to turn higher. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day is in the mean. It's at 45%. That means that it's still ripe for institutions to buy. We just want to see tick cumulative continue to move higher. Okay, 1.5 to 1 up volume on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is in favor at the moment. NASDAQ is in favor at the moment, continuing to push. There goes Alibaba. Alibaba pushing higher now. Okay, nice squeeze. Growth stocks, by the way, growth stocks, and they're both in a doji, so we need to see a directional follow through, meaning a push higher. We want to see all of our stocks starting to push higher like they're currently doing. Okay, there goes Alibaba. All right, Alibaba on the move. Yeah, I agree with you, Lee Star. 414 is a major level. 414, 415 plus or minus also. Uh, 415 SPY is a major dark pool level as well. We need to see a move through that. Let's see, dark pools on the weekly. We've got 415.90, 415.90 overhead. Below we got 412.80. So we're in between those two dark pool levels. No surprise that we're just oscillating here between these ranges. Okay, Baba's still going here. Alibaba. Nice move on Alibaba. Still going. Alibaba. All right, got a nice follow through on SPY. SPY going here. Facebook looks like it wants to lift. Watch Facebook, Apple. Facebook, Apple. All the FANG stocks are starting to turn. Facebook. Aggressive buyers. All right, right through supply, like it wasn't there. Okay, a lot of stocks getting a lift here. All right, so Alibaba took some profits there, +1 per contract. Okay, it's still going, probably keeps going. Alibaba looks really good. I'm broadcasting, so I could put a limit order, I guess, in, but I don't want to let that profit go. That's $1 per contract very quickly. Facebook is going for 202. Facebook looking really strong now. Thank you, Facebook. All right, so just about the time, perfect timing there on Baba. Perfect timing. Alibaba. Dark pools. All right, we got the 415. We got the 415 dark pool level, 415.90. We just banged up against that level. Okay, there is 415 million at that level. Okay, so if we get above that, that would be significant. Watching Facebook, maybe take some profits off the table in some of these positions. Apple, like I have next week's 150 call. Those are doing well. They're up 70 cents. 70 cents. I'm looking for a push higher. Okay, Alibaba still going. Okay, so somebody heard me say that I was going to sell. All right, looking like Baba's going to follow through though. It's running that upper Bollinger Band. Nice trade on Alibaba. Alibaba, nice flow on Alibaba. Thank you. Look at that relative volume on Alibaba. Holy
Jones says,
smokes.
I see no way in which inflation is a decade-long problem.
Look at the volume. Holy smokes. $110 calls were very active. Okay, it looks good. Alibaba, maybe take some profits off Alibaba. All right, so Alibaba's still going. All right, Alibaba's still going. All right, take a little profits on Baba. If you're still in Baba, take profits.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a
Okay, Alibaba, I'd take some profits off here. You probably got a, as you can see, Bollinger Band starting to turn in. Okay. That was nice. That was nice. Yeah, Moderna. Yeah, Moderna had nice flow. Moderna had nice flow Monday, Tuesday. Mentioned it. I didn't take it. Didn't take it. But it does look good. Novavax, is Novavax still, are you still halted or what? Novavax? What's going on with Novavax? Are they thinking people are going to forget Novavax? NVAX. It's not halted. It's moving lower though. Okay, what about Insight? INCY. You know what? Instead of going individually, Insight looks good. Let's take a look at the components of IBB. Many of these are in LABU and XPI, just at smaller weight. Moderna is an 8% weight. Look at ALNY. ALNY. Wow, these look good. Let's take a look at a candle glance of these stocks. Okay. All right, Amgen had pulled back recently, right? Yeah, Amgen's sitting on the 50-day. This looks like a very good entry on Amgen. I wouldn't buy it until I see bullish follow through. All right, so far you got one bullish candle, but you got 4 wicks along this level. Look for a pop above 247. Amgen looks good. All right, so those look good here. Come on, get out of the way. All right. All right, biotechs are worth a look. Looks like we might get a turn here. Biotechs. ALNY. Nice. ALNY. What else? Moderna. Insight. INCY. Biogen. All right. So far, the markets are just consolidating near the highs. Note that there's a very large dark pool level at 415, 415.90 that we need to get above. Once we get above that, all right, so the flow is starting to drop off a little bit. Be aware of it. SPY. But if we can get above this level, watching Facebook too, we've got supply overhead. Supply overhead. Net flow is mostly into puts, which is really interesting as we're trading at highs. So people are looking for supply to reject. All right, so that's biotechs. Most of these look really good. Gilead also very strong. Okay, SPY looks like it wants to break out here. SPY looks like it wants to break out. SPY breakout. All right, 515.90. We've got 415 million. Uh, 415, sorry, 415, not 590. 415.90. 415.90. Major dark pool level on SPY. Okay, let's see what else. Amazon, more calls. Apple, more calls. We're up against supply right now. All right, Alibaba still going. Alibaba still going. Facebook looks good. All right, so far so good. What's Tesla doing? Tesla drifted a little bit lower. Looking for buyers to step up on Tesla. Buyer fatigue. All right, Walmart looks like it wants to go. Walmart. Watch Walmart here. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree again. Dollar Tree is going to be more than likely buying some of Target's inventory. Dollar Tree looks good. Dollar Tree. I bought shares yesterday. We'll buy, there goes Target, there goes Dollar Tree. All right, so we'll add to Target, Dollar Tree. I won't do it right now because we just broke out. Look for the next dip. Okay, see this rip here? I don't want to buy that. I want to buy on dip. If you're a new member, get out of the habit. Hopefully you're not in the habit of buying something like this. Buy near VWAP once you start to see it make above these levels, 161.40 or so. I bought over here yesterday when we moved back above the 20 and the 200 right here. See how close we were to the 20 and 200 this morning? I love that setup. That's Oliver Velez strategy. He usually uses it at the open, looking for opening levels, but I found that it works pretty well after the opening range is settled as well. When you get the 20 and the 200 very close together, you got VWAP right in there, and price starts to break out. You start to see relative volume, RVol. That's a dead giveaway that buyers are there. Target looking similar, but different. Note Target. We got a dip this morning. What happened? We jumped higher. Where's the 20 and the 200? Right there. Right there on Target. What happens? Target takes off to the upside. Look at the VWAP. 20 and 200 move away from each other. Great setup. Great setup. It pays to watch. It pays to watch YouTube videos. Oliver Velez, pretty well known back in the late 80s, early 90s when I first started trading. Between him, Marty Zweig, Gerald Appel, I dated his niece, Gerald Appel's niece, Melody Appel from New Orleans. It looks like Apple, but it's spelled Appel. He's the creator of MACD, wrote a bunch of books, pretty well-known trader, Gerald Appel. He created MACD, the Moving Average Convergence Divergence Index indicator. Other people, Peter Lynch, of course, everybody knows Peter Lynch. His infamous trip to go play golf in Ireland the Thursday before the big crash in 1987. Peter Lynch, very well known for his ability to rise from the ashes. Who else? Well, obviously, William O'Neill, very well read Investors Business Daily, William O'Neill. All right, everything looking pretty good here, following through. Stocks are up and to the right. That's what you want to see, stocks up and to the right. If you're bullish, if you're bearish, you want to be seeing down and to the right. Okay, we got VWAP rising up and to the right. This looks pretty good for Target. Target, my thoughts are maybe something similar to Walmart happens. Okay, Walmart, we had that earnings and then downbeat guidance, more or less. We had this nice run up for over a week and a half. Nice trade there off of that 3-candle reversal. Looking for the same kind of thing on Walmart or Target. Look for bargain hunters. Look at the base starting to form. Most I'm expecting is a move to 167. And then at some point we'll break out of this base. Institutions will keep buying shares. We need to see the volume pick up, but Target looking a little better. Dollar Tree, I like in Dollar Tree. There goes the refiners, Valero and PBF. Those are on their move. Okay, looking for a SPY to break out here. All right, so Dollar Tree, looking for it to break through this level. It's taken out yesterday's high. Okay, volume looks good. Institutions starting to buy. Erase the red ticks, the last 2 red ticks from your mind, and just look at the green. That's institutions picking up shares. You had the gap up. Okay, buy high, sell higher. Institutions don't have a problem with buying at a higher levels. Let's see what the fundamentals look like for Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, a little bit of a premium on EBITDA. Let's see what adjusted operating earnings looks like. All right, so we're just above the higher PE of 18 times. It's trading 24 times. So Dollar Tree is a little bit expensive, so I would probably just stay in this for a few days. Wait for the next pullback. but Dollar Tree looking good. All right, so we could see a little bit higher. Roku still going. Roku is up 12% now. Roku. Looking good. Hopefully you had a chance to maybe take a look at a potential position in Roku. Roku, look at the volume. The volume, RVOL. Okay, let's see what the RVOL is. Let's see, Roku, RVOL. All right, so we're drifting a little bit lower right now on SPY. And futures. All right, let's see what NYMO looks like. NYMO is plus 42. So consolidating the recent gains. Crude oil is trading 121.32, 121.32. All right, Roku. Roku's trading 6 times relative volume. Roku trading 6 times. All right, Roku is up 12%. Roku, nice follow through. All right, SPY's starting to drift a bit lower. All right, check your profits. Maybe you want to take a few things off. Amazon pulling back a little bit. All right, so NVIDIA pulling back. Facebook, maybe take a little profits off. Alibaba still going. Roku. Markets are just kind of grinding along right now.
Thank you guys for the birthday wishes.
Say it louder.
Thank you guys for the birthday wishes.
All right. All right. Have fun at breakfast, man. See you later. Let me go say something real quick. I'll be right back. All right. He's off to have some breakfast. Roku at the high of the day. Roku looking good at the high of the day, clearing the 50 days. So it gives us the opportunity to follow through now. GameStop, nice follow through on GameStop. After that little dip, GameStop going now. Yesterday I sold GameStop too early. Cayman had mentioned it last week, I believe. And it kept going. Take the opportunity to sell some things, take some profits off the table, maybe some losers that aren't working. Okay, VIX continues to drop off. Next week, we have a major OPEX for VIX on Wednesday. VIX expires on Wednesdays. We've got a monthly next week. VIX, they could be selling volatility. I don't know. I keep selling my covered calls on UVIX. My cost basis is down below 13 now. UVIX, I got a feeling it's going to start to find some support down in here. Okay, in which case I'll take those covered calls off. I've sold like 6 times now. My cost basis is down below 13, which you can see is the lowest level, 1320. 1320 was the low back in April after this IPO, more or less, this new vehicle. 2 times long the VIX futures. So I've been selling the futures, expecting that at some point this will bounce and start to rip higher after Wednesday probably. So I'll probably take those covered calls off before Wednesday and see if there's any kind of spike next week. Depending on what the Fed says, it's a FOMC day. So every time this pops to the highs, I sell premium, buy it back the end of the day or the next day. And I've done it about 6 times now. Just started trading this one big candle right here. This is where I started trading UVIX. QID, that one's fell off as well. QID is back down to the 50-day. Short the Qs. And Qs are holding the 21-day, so it looks like we're going to test the 50-day at some point. There goes SPY. SPY is starting to move higher. Yep. 414, 417, 414, 415. Lots of calls along that area too. If we get above 415, we could run to 417. That's the top of the range for S&P. You can see the Qs right there. We get the same range. Okay. This is day 8 in this range. So we had this nice rally off the lows from 280 up to 314, and we just kind of chop around for eight days. The way the markets consolidate, gains or losses, we'll often see either a price change in direction, mean reversion, or a pullback. In this case, we just move sideways in time, looking for a push higher or a push lower. That'll give us the direction that we're looking for. Right now, we just range bound. You saw Steve Hammer talking about yesterday about his members. We're trading these ranges from lows to highs and from highs back down to lows. It's been a pretty lucrative trade both directions. Running up against supply. If you watch Bookmap, you can see exactly where supply and demand levels are. All right, we're right in the middle at the moment, and there's really not that much volume trading today, mostly in the IWM and the Qs. SPY, very little in the way of block trades. Okay. DD Global had a little pop there. DD Global. Didn't go anywhere. Roku at the high of the day. Roku, I'm out +6. Could keep going. Roku. Okay, I'm out of the shares. Roku for now, +6. I came in after you guys did. Should keep going. Roku should keep going here. Maybe I'll buy some calls with let me see what the IV looks like. With the profits this morning, maybe I'll buy some. No, it's 92%. So you need to buy a spread or a calendar or something like that. Roku looks like it could keep going. Got a lot of premium, a lot of implied volatility in these options right now. You're at 92%. Although the historical volatility is 1.14%, it's at 90% right now instead of 114%. All right, so we could see a little more follow through in Roku. Roku. Yeah, the short dated options for Friday are pretty expensive. All right, I bought some of the 110 calls on Roku. I'm just looking for 50 cents. Just looking for 50 cents on Roku. I bought the 110 calls with some of that profit. Okay, looks like Roku wants to keep going today. All right, so that could be very well the case. Looking for more option volume. Okay, lots of volume today, almost 20 million shares trading, 18,500,000 shares. Okay, I'm actively taking some things off the table, like Southwestern Energy. I mentioned it yesterday, SWM. That was one that Buford had mentioned. It's a bit higher today. I took that off. That was a nice little follow through. It was a pretty quick trade. I had 1,000 shares there. I just took it off for a short-term swing. Made a nice profit there. But I'm trying to wean myself of some of these positions. We've got Cleveland Cliffs pulling back. Let's see, CLF. Okay. At the 21 day. If this doesn't work, I'll stop out of this again. New Core. All of these look good yesterday. New Core, Timken Steel, TMST. Okay, inside day. This one looks a lot better. Timken Steel. I might take Cleveland Cliff off and hold on to Timken. This is looking very strong. ArcelorMittal, German Steel. It's above the 921 50 day. Well, it's right at the 9 EMA. But I'd like to reduce some of my exposure, things that aren't working. Reduce my exposure. All right, we're going into lunchtime and the markets are just sideways, not going anywhere. Okay, so we got a doji. Nobody's winning. Whenever you have a flat VWAP, looking for no momentum, zero momentum. Okay, flat VWAP, the purple line, you can see how it's flat. It's telling me to look for highs and lows and somewhere in between during the day. So buy the lows long, sell the highs short, or take profits. Roku, look at the VWAP here on Roku. You'll see if we've been rising most of the day, pulling away. Now we're starting to flatten out, so Roku might be losing momentum as well. AMD pulled back, that no follow through on AMD. NVIDIA pulled back as well. All right, Alibaba is still going. Alibaba, strength is pretty obvious in Alibaba. Still going. What's Baba look like? IV percent. Baba. Alibaba's IV is only 67%. It's a little bit high. Bollinger Band's expanding rapidly, as you would expect on Baba. Okay, Bollinger Band's expanding rapidly on the daily time frame. Okay, so this looks like it could get motor higher for a while. Look at the volume for the last 3 trading days. That looks like institutions picking up shares. I just wouldn't buy it at the high of the day here. I would buy it on dips. So if you're thinking about options, maybe put in a limit order or something like that. Look for a little pullback. 200-day, 200 EMA is racing to catch up with the 20 EMA. VWAP is down here at 112. Alibaba, the volume is just speaks for itself. Okay, this relative volume is pretty obvious on Alibaba. Okay, let's look at the daily. All right, what's the most we could look at? Probably 138, 140. And probably doesn't get to that. More than likely, we're going to run out of energy above 120, 124. Probably pulls back first. For now, though, Alibaba looks very strong. Alibaba. Baba, the 115 calls are active now. 100 of those trading. Alibaba, let me just check out Baba again. BABA. Oops, BABA. Baba. All right, so we got the 130 calls trading, 300 contracts for next week. What is that? What was that? The 130? 130 calls for next week? Yeah, those are $1.50. That's a 20 delta. That's a 20 delta. I prefer something closer to a 40 delta. I suspect that'll be a 120. 120 is a 44 delta on Alibaba. Alibaba. All right, it's 12 o'clock. SPY is still moving sideways. All right, looks good. SPY. Okay, that looks good. Okay, Alibaba, quite a bit of calls here. Alibaba. All right, Alibaba's seeing lots of flow today. All right, a little profit taking here in Alibaba. Okay, thank you. SPY. Okay, going into lunch. It's a little after 12. Let's see what these guys have to say. Alibaba's still going. It's funny when you pay off your credit cards, everybody wants to, they're constantly hitting you with offers. We got a deal for you. I don't think so. Okay, SPY. Caterpillar, Baba. Caterpillar at the highs. He was pretty excited when he looked at the social channel, the stream this morning. I'm famous. Okay, SPY no follow through yet.
So if they're one of the stalwarts of the market are having problems, and I believe they are, then what do you want to do by putting money in the market now? Just wait. You will get a better opportunity. I saw you, Carrie, shaking your head yes, 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 about the Microsoft thing. You unnerved by that too?
Well, you know, this is the sort of market that we're going to see, an economy because of Ukraine, because of interest rates, because of the dollar, that we're going to see some dislocation in earnings. I don't think it was that surprising, but it's interesting.
GameStop, nice little pop there.
And Target is up today. And the fact that the market
GameStop
is, you know, looking beyond what they said yesterday. They heard it all 2 weeks ago, a week ago.
GameStop, nice little pop there.
30% down is a lot, Steve. And I can believe
pushing through the 200-day GameStop.
Sidelines, not the worst news is out there on target, and we can make some purchases. So I think what you're saying, so it is factual and sensible, but I disagree that it's something you have to just stay away from. I think these are opportunities on names like Target.
Yeah.
You know,
Right, because Pete would make. I'm not disagreeing with Target. Go ahead, Steve. Scott, I'm not disagreeing with Target. What I'm saying is that Target had no grip on what the earnings were going to be to come out so soon after they reported earnings and gave guidance, say, hey, wait a second, we're rethinking that. The world's changed. And by the way, and you may get to this later, people are saying, okay, that's disinflationary, right? Because they're going to lower their prices. Yeah, but they said in the second half it's going to be stronger and their margins are going up. So don't look at that as any longer term or even intermediate or even short term relief on margins and inflation, because they're going to raise prices again.
Well, perhaps. I mean, Pete, you view the Target thing as a 1 quarter deal, right? I mean, that was your takeaway. I remember our conversation on that, and I think that seems to be the market's prevailing thought as well. Why the stock was able to rally back from its lows. Right, it was down like 10%. I don't remember where it closed yesterday, but at one point it was only down 3%. Now it's up 2 more percent. So that seems to be
GSK is going.
It's a 1 quarter event. Don't read too much into it about the macro of a huge slowdown. There clearly is a retail shift, and they seem to be caught a little flat on that, as Cornell would probably, and I mean, he actually already has kind of admitted.
He has, yeah, absolutely. No, you're exactly right, Scott, and that's what he talked about. He talked about, hey, look, we're going to address this right now. And this is kind of reminiscent of when he took the job initially and made some tough decisions, including, hey, look, Canada's not working. Let's make something happen. Let's do that. They did that. And then you're talking about right now, they did have their earnings, Steve. You're exactly right. But what I think they wanted to follow up with was they had to add something to what they'd already presented to us and how they were going to react going forward. And the reaction going forward was, this is going to be very rapid. We are going right after it. The items, not everything in the store, the items that we bought that were not performing at all for us, a lot of those were seasonal, we're going to have to slash. We're going to get really hurt on the margins for the quarter. But after that, the rest of the year, it sure looked pretty good.
GSK.
Go right back to about a 5 or a 6%.
GSK, nice follow through.
This debate, Joe, about where we're going from an economic standpoint. Wolf Research today says the bear case is our bear case. That inflation continues to come in hot. Fed tightening exceeds current expectations and a recession hits in 2023. I got Tom Lee out today, who says soft landing scenario is strengthening. So what am I supposed to do with that amid some signs, frankly, that inflation is cooling? Semiconductors, shipping containers, fertilizer, lumber. It's very sticky in other places that everybody is quite aware of at this point.
You need the services side of inflation to come down. You need the growth in wages not to spiral out of control. You have to acknowledge that the potential is there for that. The good side of inflation, yes, that's being to come down. But I think that we are obviously in a very stormy and a very cloudy environment.
Don't start talking hurricanes on me now, Joe.
It's not a hurricane, but Diamond. Okay, but now, Scott, think in terms of visibility. What's the visibility really over the next 6 to 9 months?
Well, why are you positioning yourself for the rally to continue?
Because I think what you have to do in an environment where visibility is limited and all you can really see in front of you is your hand, is you have to be active and try out and find opportunities. I think active management's making a return, both with a long-term perspective and a short-term perspective. So in the near term, I'm trying to identify where is the next 2.5% to 3% potentially in the market. You're sitting right now at 41.
Man, I mean, that's nothing.
Right, but
that's all you're playing
but that's
for.
what in this environment.
He's such a snob.
I'm not saying it's a bad strategy. I'm just surprised that's all you're playing for.
But that's what it dictates. Do I know if we're going to have an earnings recession?
God, he's such an a-hole. Wapner. I don't know why I torture myself. Berkshire Hathaway seeing some activity here. Berkshire, let's see what that looks like. Berkshire, BRKB. Berkshire. Berkshire is looking at the 350 call. That's way the hell up here. So somebody's selling premium most likely. Alibaba, more calls on Alibaba flowing through. Alibaba's very active today.
43.18 and 200 days 44.45. They're so far away. There's some room towards the ceiling. So I'm positioning in that direction.
I want to kick around some of the things that Jeffrey Gundlach of Double Line tweeted yesterday, because it comes on the cusp of this conversation here that we're having. It's right in the heart of it in terms of inflation, the markets, the outlook. Gundlach says CPI probably going down to a 5 handle by year end. That's number one, among a flurry of tweets. The one that really jumps out to me the most, I think, is where he says, looks like long-term outperformance trends, growth versus value, U.S. versus the world, NASDAQ 100 versus the S&P 500, have broken down. He goes on to say, I think commodities are a far better investment than stocks. The commodity cycle likely to continue. Carrie, take that. What do you want to make of what Gundlach has to say?
Well, I've been listening to Jeffrey talk for years, and he has tended to be negative. He tended to be negative about growth. He has been negative about the market. For years, he's been right about the market recently, and I'm not surprised that he would make those comments.
Will they really sound outlandish to you, though? Growth versus, these trends.
They have broken down. Over the
Gunlock.
last year, value has outperformed.
He was like bearish all of 2021. He gets it right for a few months.
There are some people who think it's a quarter, if not years thing, and there were notes out this week about that.
I realize that people have gotten very, very negative toward growth, and I think that sentiment was at its peak last month. Last month it was hard to find anybody who was going to defend any of the big tech stocks. So now that they've come down, and if you look at the multiples, and I'm not trying to defend them, although we own more growth than them.
If you want to defend them, it's perfectly fine.
I think they are still potentially valuable. But if you look at the multiples of Google versus Coke or Procter & Gamble or Pepsi, you're going to find that some of these tech names, Meta, for example, Facebook, sells in a much lower multiple than traditional value or defensive stocks. And we can make a case, and I would, that the long-term growth of the growth stocks and the tech names is far superior to the growth rate of those defensive companies. So do I think that right now it's obvious that value is going to outperform? No, I don't feel that way at all. So I would say it may have dislocated right now, but we're still coming out of a pandemic. We're looking at possible recession. We have a lot of things happening, but I would still defend growth stocks over the long term.
Weiss, what about you? These trends that he says have broken down, which, obviously he's right to point these things out. The question is if they're longer lasting. That's what people really need to know. What's your sense?
Yeah, so look, Jeffrey, we all know him, really bright guy, really great thinker, but I think he's conflating in his comments a state of the union, so to speak, right now with what's going to happen in the future. So yes, they've broken down, and to your point, the question is, will they reemerge? And I think they will reemerge. So forget about Meta because it's got a whole set of issues. But yeah, there are lots of growth stocks that even with lower growth rates because of a declining economy, and I think will be a recession, are still much, much cheaper than defensive stocks. But they're not brand names, so you get that multiple. So what I'd say is that growth will reemerge, and that ship has sailed a long, long time ago. So because there was so much money in it, that money's come out, and it's come out because a number of those stocks momentum, and because of the way the market's structured, the dynamics of it, that it took a lot down indiscriminately. However, the biggest point is if you see inflation 5% at the end of the year, that means that it's going to start trending down, and that can give you sustainable.
Caterpillar at the high of the day. Cat's still going.
Not quite half, but 40%. That would be meaningful. And at that point, with the Fed believing that inflation is going to be at 4.5% next year, on an average basis, you're getting there sooner. So I would hope that's the truest comment that he's made, but I'm not banking on it.
Yeah. Pete, what do you make of some of this stuff from Gundlach? The other one is this U.S. versus the world.
Caterpillar high of the day.
Has broken down. And look, some of that, or his outlook,
Caterpillar still going.
to do with where he thinks the dollar
Look at that volume. That's institutions.
dollar is going to weaken. Now, obviously, it is
$6
not
ATR. Caterpillar is almost there.
And certainly he has shared it with us on numerous occasions when he's been interviewed with me on the network, that he thinks it's ultimately going to happen. And he has talked about emerging markets outperforming.
You know, it's a possibility, Scott. There's no doubt about it. I mean, some of them were absolutely crushed, right? When you look around the world, you look at China, and they were just getting slaughtered. My issue is still, though, that, you know, there is something to be said for the U.S. and the process that everybody has to go through, which has kept me away from being somebody who invests very often, other than with options, invest very often in anything outside the United States, quite frankly. And that includes Europe. And so it's not against just the Asian markets or South America or whatever, or even into Europe or whatever. They're all together. I would rather have what we have here in our system, and I'm going to do it with the U.S. As far as the commodities, though, and he mentioned commodities over stocks. Well, what's wrong with having something right in between, right? I mean, I looked through it just now as everybody was talking. I just wanted to be sure about this, but I am back up over 30% of my exposure is in commodities, specifically in energy. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can piece this thing together. You can still do it through stocks, and I think there's a lot of great opportunities out there. I don't think we're done yet, despite the fact that you see crude at 122. Joe was pointing out nat gas. Nobody talks enough about nat gas and the fact that we've run now over 9.5.
Oh, we've been
That's
talking
an
about it.
unbelievable run.
We've been talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
A lot.
I know we have, but you know what? I don't know that I don't hear a lot about natural gas outside of the we factor there. I hear about oil, but I don't hear as much about nat gas, and it's really important because I think people just don't understand, especially if they look into the foreign countries outside the United States, just how high those numbers are for them. That's another factor I think you have to think about.
Yeah, another 3% today, 957 as we speak for NatGas. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We need to talk about shares of Intel. They are dropping today. More stock in the Dow, and one firm now is taking down its estimates again. Pete owns it. He'll tell us how he is playing it from here. We're back in 2 minutes.
Okay, so Caterpillar is seeing a lot of volume today. Alibaba, still more calls coming through. Alibaba flow has just been nonstop. Okay, this time of day, I would expect to see a B and C pivot. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a B pivot down to maybe 114 or 115. Let's see if we get that for an entry on Alibaba. Looking for a little dip to buy. Caterpillar still going. Caterpillar still going. Yeah, ExxonMobil continuation.
Well, hi, Scott. Treasury Secretary
K-Web continues. Caterpillar still going. Caterpillar at the high of the day.
That had been imposed by former President Trump. She said that China is guilty of unfair trade practices, but that the current tariffs do not serve our strategic interests, and that a decision could come in the next few weeks.
I believe some of the tariffs did not serve, really ended up being paid by Americans, not by the Chinese, hurt American consumers and businesses. And we are taking a look at those and looking to be able to address, to reconfigure those tariffs in a way that would be more strategic.
Yellen was also pressed by Republicans.
All right, SPY pulling back. Back to that 313 zone.
Today, but Scott, she said that it did at most modestly contribute to inflation. Back to you.
Okay, that's Elon Moy down in DC. Interesting news there, Joe. You've been talking about this, looking for some developments. It's a bit of a political pickle for the president, if you want to call it that, because the minute this happens, he's going to face criticism that he's caved in some respects to China. So that, I think, is dominating a lot of the conversation probably behind the scenes. That's just a guess, but it seems like a legitimate one. What do you think?
I would agree with that. The other side of those, if he keeps the tariffs in place, then he's acknowledging the effectiveness of President Trump's tariffs. So politically, I'm not sure he wants to do that as well. Look, this is low-hanging fruit. It's obvious to everyone that at least offering exemptions to companies that are importing goods from China, that
Caterpillar.
would give
Back to the 20 EMA.
environment right now. It's a positive catalyst overall for the market. I suspect in the coming weeks there has to be a response to the necessity of review, which is currently going on. It has to happen by July 6th. Initially, there's $34 billion worth of tariffs that they have to respond to. Let's see what happens.
Well, it looks like in some respects that it's going to happen, at least a little bit, based on one of the headlines that we put on the screen, that the secretary expects it to happen in the coming weeks. So follow that. In the meantime, let's follow shares of Intel right now. They are falling 4% today.
Tesla off the highs, about 20 points off the highs. Dollar Tree pulling back a bit.
Intel's management mentioned the circumstances are worse than expected during the quarter. You have reduced inventory level at customers, delays in normalization post-COVID, among other things. Pete, you own the stock. Look, you've been willing to put up with an awful lot when it comes to this. At what point do you just say, I'm done?
You know what? That point almost came a couple of weeks ago when I was buying NVIDIA. I actually was considering, you know what? I'm going to get out of Intel once and for all, and I'm going to jump over to NVIDIA. Instead, I bought NVIDIA. I actually still hung on to Intel. A mistake on my part. And it's been a consistent mistake on my part. The one thing that I have working in my favor, Scott, is I've been collecting a dividend. I've owned this stock for about 5 or 6 years. I've been collecting a dividend and selling calls against it. So that has worked in my favor because the stock has kind of gone nowhere for the most part. It's had some moves to the upside, it's had moves to the downside, but you go back a few years and you see it on the charts. So,
Caterpillar.
It's one of those where I've held onto it too long. And when I look at what they have in front of them, it's all great. The problem is, how far into the future am I willing to hold on to this stock as it goes into the future, right? I mean, that's the problem that I run into right now.
That's like saying like the 0-17 football team, if you look like 10 years in the future, I'm sure they're going to be great.
No, but we're all looking at what Pat's building, right? I mean, Pat's building all of these different things across the country, across the world.
Building some buildings. What are they building? I'm just giving you a hard time.
Well, they're gonna build this thing out, but the problem is waiting for that to come, right? So I mean, that's where I find myself right now in a position.
Roku, looking for a higher low. It's almost back to VWAP now. Good area to start looking for an entry on Roku.
I should have done it the day I bought NVIDIA just to kind of clean my hands of it once and for all. But for now, I'm long both.
Carrie?
It's back where it was in 2017, and it reminds me, and we should all remember about how the mighty fall. So Intel was one of the biggest companies in the S&P in the late 90s. It probably had one of the biggest market caps of any company trading in the United States, that and Cisco. And when old technology does not reinvent itself and has to repeatedly reinvent itself, even though they have a strong business, even though they pay dividends.
Seeing a lot of ABCD patterns right now. ABCD patterns.
They have earnings. They're a very profitable company.
See what K-Web looks like. K-Web is looking good.
Looking for what's new. So I feel for you, Pete, but it's a tough one.
Yeah. All right, let's get the headlines now with Contessa Brewer. Hi, Contessa.
Here, Scott, here's your CNBC News update.
Pinduoduo.
On Capitol Hill this morning, a dramatic plea from a pediatrician who treated some of the children injured during the Uvalde school shooting. He said he can keep his patients safe from preventable diseases, but it's a lawmaker's job to protect children from guns.
PDD.
This case, you are the doctors. And are
PDD. JD.com. All of these Chinese stocks looking better. Legislation, tariffs being discussed. Alibaba responding in kind. On Monday, the 100 call was very active. Tuesday, we had the follow through. Today is just like, forget about it. Nice push here. All right, futures are pushing back down to these lower levels again. All right, so deltas are still positive on the day. We're looking for buyers to come in on the dip. Robinhood dropping off a little bit there. Robinhood. Lucid just below the high of the day, just below VWAP right now. Lucid.
Low tick alert -800.
Nikola fading back to VWAP. SPY looking for an entry. If you took SPY puts at the highs, that upper range that we talked about, the dark pool range at 415.90. Can't seem to get above that. Probably we could pull back to 412. That's the other dark pool level. Looks like they're selling premium outside of those one standard deviation moves. Okay, so one standard deviation on SPY. We got 420 on the high side, 400 on the low side. $10 plus or minus on the watch list. SPY. All right, we're pulling back now. Roku pulling back to VWAP. Fang stocks pulling back. It's not a lot of volume. SPY 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks today on SPY. That's showing that institutions are not very active. Institutions are not very active. 8 blocks, you would think we would see 20, 30 blocks prior to the last few weeks. All right, so we're spinning top, still inside this 8-day range. 4,100 is possible. SPY, we saw 407 yesterday. We rallied off of that level. SPY. So 415 is a major level for the past 3 days. There's a large dark pool level there. So that's a good level to short against. And a good area to buy is right around 410. We're watching for buyers here. VIX starting to turn up. Target's up $2.38. It's fading from the high right now. Target. What's Walmart doing? Walmart fading a little bit from the highs. About 20 cents off the highs. Walmart's flat on the day. It's still green, but flat, no follow through. Most stocks are down and to the right during lunchtime. That's not surprising. Shouldn't be a surprise.
You don't want to pay it before because of this issue now. Well, here's your information.
All right, I'm going to grab a salad. I'll be right back.
Yes, and look, he did, as part of the terms of the deal, say that he did not need to do due diligence. So there was this question of whether they needed to give him any additional information. But the full fire hose of tweets, that's a lot of data for him to sift through. So curious to see how this could potentially impact any sale price. But the Twitter board has made it very clear they do want to close this deal at the price point that they negotiated with him, 54.20.
I'm sure they do. Price. It's always about the price. Julia, thank you. That's Julia Borston joining us there. Affirm, meantime, initiated underperform at Wedbush. The firm is now calling it sell now, buy later. It's one of our calls of the day. So, Pete, you previously had options here. Like Apple just announced their big move, right, here into buy now, pay later. Yeah. It's an interesting time for the space. If you're worried about the economy, it's, some say buy now, pay never could be one of the problems and defaults and all that. What do you make of this?
Well, it just shows you how Apple's always looking ahead, right? I mean, this is one more incident where we're seeing this, where they jumped into this space. They started with credit cards. They've done peer-to-peer. Now they're getting into this whole buy now, pay later kind of thing. And they've got Goldman Sachs as a partner as part of the credit card thing. I mean, they've done a lot more than I think everybody really fully realizes in terms of how big and broad they've become on the financial side of things. As far as a firm, competition just gets harder and harder, Scott. And I can understand now why they're maybe looking for even further downside. This is a stock that had a great run to the upside, but ever since it's made that turn and it's been pulling back, I don't know how many buyers are still out there, especially with the competitive environment that we've got. Not just Apple, but so many others, but specifically with Apple. I think this company's really in a pretty tough spot right now, personally.
It's not a no mode environment, right? I mean, it's right for competition, Joe, but. And by the way, Affirm has a lot of partnerships already with retailers. I mean, you see a lot of online retail. You do it yourself, right? Affirm pops up alongside of that. Apple may not have to worry about as many defaults down the road as someone like Affirm might. I don't know. Do you have any interest in this space at all?
I think that there's no fair equivalency between what Affirm is doing and what Apple's doing. Let's remember, I think in the prior quarter, Affirm has about $3.9 billion in securitized loans that it has made. So there is obviously the credit risk there that resides itself in a lot of those securitized loans for a firm. I think it's a little bit of a different model, and it goes beyond just now, buy now and pay later.
Let me quickly hit O'Reilly, Carrie, as one of our other calls. Wells Fargo takes the price target down by $50 to $750 from $8. You own it.
I saw that. Yeah, so O'Reilly had a tough quarter recently. We had stocks probably a little ahead of itself through COVID, lots of driving. People weren't doing other things like flying as much or going on cruises. And they're a leader in their field. We still think that it's very attractive. The multiple came down. People are still keeping their cars because you can't buy a new car and it's hard to buy a used car. So you fix your old car, and that's their business. And therefore, we continue to see upside, particularly with the multiple where it is. We think it's attractive.
All right. We're going to talk about the home builders coming up because they're pulling back almost 30% this year. Now there's a big bearish call on some of the big players, and the data out today on housing demand, ugly. We'll discuss it next.
I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch. VIX is higher, SPY's lower, back below the earlier lows.
I want to show you the market. We're lows of the day. Dow's down by more than 200 now. It's a decidedly different picture than when we came on the air. Remember, Dow and the S&P were down by a little bit. NASDAQ was positive by a touch. And now everything's negative across the board. It's not yields doing it because the 10-year note yield hasn't moved. You know what is moving? Crude and nat gas. Crude oil, WTI 122. Nat gas was 960. That's another 3% rise there. Joe, just briefly, you were pointing it out in the break, and you think that is having something to do with the reason why stocks are selling off as we are on the air.
Without question. And I'll add one other concerning aspect of that, and that's gasoline futures. Crude oil futures have not taken out the 2008 high. Gasoline futures have. They are at all-time highs right now.
Yeah, pain at the pump, as we're all going through that. Home builders under pressure as mortgage demand falls to the lowest level in 22 years. Barclays now is cutting its price targets on the builders. Pete, you have DR Horton. We ran a screen yesterday, by the way, on CNBC Pro, and Lennar, KB, and DR were among the cheapest stocks in the market based on a few different characteristics. But this news is not good because this leads to where home prices are typically going if you look at mortgage apps and demand.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A lot of it got pulled forward, Scott, when we obviously had the low rates. Everybody was now trying to get out of the city. There was great building going on, and people were very excited about it. This has never really been necessarily about how cheap these builders are. It's a matter of what is their volume and are they able to get those profits? And obviously, as rates have changed, that has changed the demand picture in a big way, and I think that's what we're struggling with right now. You go back 3 or 4 years ago. As a matter of fact, Scott, if you go back to September of 2020, this is exactly where DR Horton was then. So it's completely round trip. So a lot of that was about what was going on, not only with rates, but what was going on because of the pandemic and the movement that we were seeing. So I think there's a lot of different things in play here. This is still a good space to be in. I'm going to continue to hold on to this stock. I like the builders, but you're right. It's gotten very, very cheap, but cheap doesn't always mean it's going to go higher.
Lower demand for houses can't be good for RE/MAX, can it? That's what you have.
Well, higher demand.
Unless you're rushing to sell your house.
Well, higher demand for housing didn't help RE/MAX, particularly during the pandemic. So we feel that with them buying in a lot of their shares and the stock selling at a very low multiple, that there will be buyers, and the stock has acted better. We have owned it for a while. It's been disappointing, but at this price level, we think it's extremely attractive. But yes.
So you're telling me, so
what do you want me to say?
So big demand for housing doesn't help RE/MAX.
It didn't.
Low demand doesn't help RE/MAX. I mean, so what does that mean? Does no demand help RE/MAX?
No, I'm saying the stock. I'm talking about the stock price. The stock price did not outperform during the pandemic as we had expected that it would.
Why?
Good question. Well, I think they would say, I mean, the company would say that because houses were on the market for such short periods of time that you didn't even need a broker. You could basically wait for the people to come to say, will you sell your house to me, please? And you didn't have to go through the normal
for sale
channels.
by owner, I got you. Okay.
A little bit. That's what happened. So I think that it's about their time now.
Okay. Oh, we'll see. Up next, we are following the money in the latest activist investor fights. Plus, all June, we are celebrating Pride Month here at CNBC. And here is CNBC associate producer Joey Caruso.
For Pride this year, I'm celebrating a long-fought history, understanding, love, and equality. I consider myself a late bloomer. It wasn't until 5 years ago I finally accepted who I am. And since then, my life has accelerated. Breaking generational habits that say it's not okay to be gay, it is okay. You are okay, and you always were. Put yourself first, and everything else will fall into place.
SPY puts are pretty cheap at VIX 24 and change. So any bounce that moves back up towards VWAP and gets rejected, I'd be looking to take some puts there. I wouldn't be buying puts at the low of the day, however.
Also seen from Spectator Deputy Political Editor Katie Dawes, saying that in regards to UK tax cuts, UK's Rishi Sunak tells 2022 meeting of Tory MPs that more tax cuts are coming, but only when fiscal weather allows.
Within the last 20 minutes or so, I suppose. Joe, you've been noting it, this move higher in rates, of commodities, crude oil, especially 122. Weiss, do you think this is a wait here as these prices continue to creep up? Pete is right. We've been noting this move in nat gas, and we did it with Mark Fisher again the other day. But crude oil has certainly been more of the focus for people than this move higher in natural gas, which some say, and a growing number of people, I think, say you're going double digits. You're knocking on the door now, but that you could be going significantly higher into the double digits for natural gas. And the more that these prices creep up, the more you're seeing stocks creep down.
Yeah, no, I think it's dead on, and Joe's observation on the last break was absolutely right. I mean, the focus shouldn't just be on crude or oil at the pump, which is higher than we've seen for, I think, forever, and for longer, but also that it's a feedstock for so many materials and so many products that are made, in the U.S., everyday products. So that should be one of the number one inflation gauges, and I believe it is. And so it's sort of inconsistent, if you go back to Gundlach's comments, that inflation's coming down, but that he'd be a buyer of commodities. That just seems at odds, because if you're buying commodities, you think commodity prices are going up, and we see that in oil and nat gas, and people have to choose. Do I heat my home? Well, now you're in the summer, so you don't have that, but you still need to power your home. And what do? Do you put food on the table, prices going up? Or do you put it in your car, oil? So to me, the market's right to be worried about that, and it's one of my top concerns.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Up next, we do have Pete's latest unusual activity trades when we come back.
Here's a tip for your money, your future. For investors, navigating inflation requires having a well-diversified portfolio with growth and value stocks to help boost total returns, along with interest from cash and bonds. Dividend-paying stocks that pay a consistent dividend also can help weather market volatility. A dividend is a portion of a company's earnings that are paid out as a reward to shareholders, often by companies that have strong, predictable cash flow. So even as stock prices slide, holdings that pay a steady dividend may offer some stability. For CNBC, I'm Sharon Epperson.
Markets don't look that bad. If you look at the 8-day range we're in, we're right in the middle.
All right, if you're thinking about puts, watch this bear flag here. If we get up to maybe the 20 EMA or so, 412 is a major dark pool level as well. So if we get rejected here, this would be a better area for puts rather than buying the low of the day. I would prefer if we did get back to, say, 413 or so, get rejected there, a little bit better. A little bit better entry for puts if we get rejected between 413 and 414 VWAP. Lunchtime, not unusual to see give back during lunch. This is kind of a fast drop, but
What do you see today for us?
looks like we're going to move lower again.
Yeah, I'm going to start off with Nikola. Now, this one's pretty good, Scott, because their trucks, their energy, zero emission, all of that. Stocks actually made a pretty nice move today, over $7. But while it's been making that move, 12,000 of the June 7.5 calls were bought. 6,000 of the June 8 calls were bought. Somebody thinks this stock still has a lot more of a runway in front of it to move to the upside. We'll see. Very, very inexpensive options. They were going for about 20 cents for the 7.5s and significantly less for the 8 calls. But it was the 7.5s that had the bigger trade. Secondly, I've got FXI. Now, we've been talking a little bit about China. We've had a really nice move of late. Now, we're talking about large cap names, Tencent, Alibaba, as big pieces of the puzzle of FXI. But stock was trading about 33.80. They're already selling out of the 33 calls that were bought just a week or two ago, and now moving up to the 36 calls, the July 36 calls, 80,000 of them, Scott. That's a really big trade, going for about 60 cents. So they've had a good move. They're expecting the move to continue. It's at levels right now where it was back in April, so it's made a pretty nice recovery off of that selling off that we were all
I figured
watching
Pete
for a
would
long
talk
time.
about
And some of these
FXI
Chinese
sometime
names.
this week. Well, he's talking about it now.
UEC, uranium energy. Now, this is an interesting one. It's very small. It's trading, it's a just over $1 billion market cap, but trading around $4.70. We had a buyer of 6,000 of the July 5 calls going for about 45 cents. So that was aggressive buying. I bought all three of these. I own these, and we'll see how they trade over the next couple of days or week. But it's pretty interesting to see all that energy that continues to come at us every single day.
Okay. All right. Good stuff, Pete. Thank you. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and do final trades next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Real debate and actionable advice from the investment committee, plus unusual activity and more. Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Okay, so today, Wednesdays tend to see a lot of theta killing price action, especially in the indices. We're starting to push a bit higher now. So if we get through 412.50 or so, look for a retest of VWAP. That would be a very nice area to short if we do get rejected at VWAP. Very high probability that we move back above VWAP too. So Wednesday's a tough day to trade. That said, Alibaba getting a pump from Pete Nigerian talking about FXI. Figured he might talk about FXI this week because of the strength. I shied away from FXI, decided to trade Baba instead.
Tune into Overtime, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll take you through the markets and look forward to hopefully seeing all of you there. We do have final trades to do now. Joe Terranova.
Need to get to you as a refiner, Marathon Petroleum,
Okay.
NPC. I think Pete and Jim might have owned it or still own it,
Okay.
but that's a way to play the refining trade.
Okay, thank you for that. Terry.
Health equity savings account company, because employment has been very strong and we're seeing lots of interest in new products for employees, and higher interest rates helps them as they get new accounts.
Okay. Pete.
Wendy's, just saw some calls, just getting bought, Scott. I'm not in the trade yet, but they're buying August 19 calls in Wendy's.
Okay, and Steve Weiss.
No surprise to you, Scott, but I'm staying in cash.
Big shock. I should also let you know, Tom Lee's going to be on with me in Overtime today. As we focus on this market, again, you could say, okay, it's energy prices, crude oil, north of 120. You've got natural gas, north of $9. Don't forget to factor in this Intel warning, if you want to call it that, talking down their business at that event. And one of the reasons why that firm today that we spoke about had taken its own numbers down yet again. You start looking ahead to earnings. You got the CPI on Friday, but earnings are already starting to be a downer before they even come out, right? And then we do have to focus on what Apple might deliver too, because there are concerns about that after that Katie Huberty note from Morgan Stanley talking about the App Store and slowdown in the services too. I'll see you in Overtime in just a few hours. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's coming up this hour. The NASDAQ having another volatile session. It was trying to make it 3 days in a row earlier on, but we just turned negative. We managed to climb back to where we were in early May. So is all of this a bear market bounce?
All right, Alibaba's about to break out again.
And look at whether tech is seeing permanent market shared energy as
Okay, Kelly. Talk to you later. All right, Alibaba's on the move here. Watch Alibaba. Alibaba at the high of the day, about to go. All right, so if we get rejected here, a much better place to take puts. Much better place to take puts here. Baba. Steel stock's not doing very well today. Steel stocks, they looked very good yesterday. Lower high.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, though we're trailing off here, so much better to take puts on a bounce and a rejection. Looking for a higher low now. Tick cumulative still showing what institutions are doing. They've been selling. They've been selling some of their recent shorter term trades, it looks like. All right, maybe we get a higher low here on SPY. Roku, off the highs of the session, Roku, higher lows. Can we bounce off this area and start heading towards 110 maybe? Roku. Watching Alibaba. Still lots of flow on Alibaba. Tesla. All right. Looks like we're trying to defend this level. Still looks like a bear flag for now. Alibaba coming off the highs, and more of a little double top intraday. All right, more buyers coming in. Just watching the flow here, see if we can't get some more follow through. Puts are dropping off, calls are trying to turn the corner on SPY. Just went positive again on options market. Summary, we've got market net flow is mostly bullish. Okay, higher low printing so far. All right, need to get above 412, 412.50, 413. Futures, we're just watching. There's not a whole lot of supply overhead until we get to about 4130. There's about 40,000 contracts up there. We got about 20,000 contracts to the buy side right here, starting to push the price action higher. We got positive deltas for now. Looks like Baba wants to break out again. All right, Gamma, Baba back up to the highs. We're getting rejected here at 412.50 for now. Okay, Roku looking like it wants to push a little bit higher here. Alibaba having difficulty getting above 118. And futures are just chopping around here between 41.20 and 41.27. All right, now we're seeing a few aggressive buyers coming in. Maybe we see a little bit higher high here. on the 2-minute charts. I'm watching. Flow, mostly Baba, Roku, Novavax, seeing the 50 calls on Novavax. Wow, I can't believe Novavax 50 calls. Veru, Veru the 10 put is trading. Veru. All right, no follow through yet. So it looks like we could see a little bit lower prices on SPY if we can't follow through. Not a whole lot of blocks trading today. Alibaba, a little bit of profit taking there, it looks like. All right, nice little bid here in the markets. All right, we got to get above this level 413. 414 is a major level we keep dealing with. 415, obviously, highs. We just ran into supply. That's just a chop session for now. Alibaba looking for a bounce. All right, more rejection here. This could be an area. If we don't hold this area, we could drop a little bit lower. SPY. Puts are still valued over calls at the moment. SPY. We're right at 50%. 412 is a 50% retracement from today's pivots, low to high. Okay, looking like we could drop here. Still in a chop though. Every time it looks like we're going to drop, we got buyers jump in. Futures are very choppy, for lack of a better term. Looks like we're about to drop, and then boom, some buyers come in, pop it back up. It's on low volume, about 6,000 contracts right here, 4,000 contracts, 2,000 contracts, 1,000 contracts. It's very small size. All right, so no follow through right now. Alibaba just sitting here. Just feels like we're going to drop off here. SPY just not looking that great. But I will say SPY, S&P, we're still in this doji pattern, small range. Spinning top like we saw over here on Friday. Less so on Monday, larger range on Monday. So far, we got a pretty tight range. 411.50 up to 415.50 more or less. And if you're looking at Bookmap, I mean, we're just chopping back and forth.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Roku still sitting on top of VWAP. Okay, watching Alibaba. Alibaba, trying to get something going here. Baba, evening session. Alibaba. Looking for a move above 120, 118, 120 on Alibaba. All right. Flow's starting to pick up on the bullish side. Will we hold these lows? Futures are just chopping. Can't really do anything with this. Really need to see some kind of follow through. Instead of chopping like we have been since 12:45, last 45 minutes. We've just been moving sideways between 411.50 and 412.50.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, making new lows here. SPY looks like it's going to make a new low. Puts, if this drops off, liked it better at 412.75. Trying to defend this level. Very good possibility we take out the lows, the stops, and then turn around, start heading back towards VWAP. SPY. Okay, looks like we're going to go lower. Looks like we'll go lower.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, dropping off here. All right, we got this low over here yesterday at 410 and change. Let's go out an extra day. All right, so it looks like we're not going to stop for right now. Okay, it looks like we could test this 407 level. That's the bottom of the range that we've been in for the last 8 days. 407 is the bottom of the range. Okay, SPY. We tapped that several times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. All right, more downside possible. VIX up to the highs. All right, when we get up to the highs, I'll probably be looking to sell some cover calls again on UVIX.
Extreme low tick alert.
SPY's still dropping, the put's still working. If you took puts on that bounce and rejection or on the loss of that low, we continue to drop off. Futures, we got some demand down here at 411, 4111. Puts, we're dropping off here. All right, there is some demand at this level, some support. We'll see if we hold this level down to 4109, 4110. And below that,
Extreme low tick alert minus 800.
US natural gas prices drop on a report of Freeport liquid natural gas explosion. Seeing from who saying Freeport liquid natural gas terminal has had a small explosion. IAEA says Iran has informed it that it intends to install two more cascades of advanced IR-6 centrifuges at its underground uranium enrichment plant at Natanz, in addition to the cascade of its IR-6 machines previously installed there.
Extreme low tick alert.
IAEA says as of June 8th, installation of these two additional IR-6 cascades had yet to begin.
okay, we're at the lows here. 407 is the lows of this range, this 8-day range we've been in. 407 down here. There's a possibility we could come down to that level. A little bit of short covering now. All right, short covering. Okay, nice little recovery here. A lot of volume. A lot of volume right here. Aggressive buyers coming in. Deltas are positive. Still expecting bear flags. No follow through. All right, so a lot of volume coming here. The shorts covering at the low. Aggressive buyers on Bookmap. My son has a bunch of boys over at the house, his cousins. I hear them in the background. Try to ignore them. That's pretty funny, Jack.
So Freeport LNG does have an active fire. This is coming from Brazos Sports. Their line now. So again, Freeport LNG has an active fire. So digging into this, it is worth noting that the Freeport liquid natural gas terminal is an export facility, where we have been noting downside movement on natural gas since we've seen this news coming through.
Yeah, 412 is a major dark pool level as well. We're looking at that earlier. Let's see, the weekly dark pool level, we've got 400, is that 400? Let me see, I gotta zoom in on this. 825 million at 412.80. Okay, nice follow through so far. VIX is rolling over. VIX rolling over will help. Yeah, they are. All right, VIX needs to drop off some more. SPY needs to get above 412.50, 412.80. That's where that dark pool level is 825 million. 825 million in a dark pool on the weekly time frame. You can see 412.80 is a major level, so we need to get back above that. Like we did yesterday. When we got above it yesterday, we had 150,000 contracts on the futures showing up on Bookmap. We pushed right through that as we cleared that level. 412.8. Yesterday was 415 and change. There's still some left there. It was 800 and something million yesterday. There's 400 million left on that dark pool level at 415.90 overhead. That's supply. Okay. So looking good so far. So 412.80 right along this area. That's why we kept running into resistance. There's a very large dark pool area of 825 million right along this level. Most likely they're taking some profits down here, monetizing some of those puts.
Ratings say US consumer spending is supported by strong jobs and wages.
All right, rejection again. This is an area where we could see some put flow coming in. Our puts are net flow on the options for the markets in general. Overall market net flow is more bearish over the last 15 minutes as we started to move higher. More puts started to come through. Calls started to drop off. I guess people taking profits off. Alibaba hovering around that 115 to 118 level in the $3 range at the highs. Alibaba. Roku sitting there at 102.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, VIX is starting to push a bit higher now. Looking for a higher low on SPY. If we get through 412, then we've got a little bit better odds of mean reversion back up towards VWAP. Okay, right now we have resistance at 412 all the way up to 412.80. That's a dark pool level. So if you're expecting to see higher highs, we got to get through 412.50 and then VWAP. Okay, so it is a Wednesday, so Wednesdays are not unusual to see delta and theta compression as they just keep prices in this area here. All right, so we're in a spinning top. Now, what would be very bullish is if we get above 417.50. What would be very bearish is if we drop below 407. Okay, so this eight-day range will give us a direction soon enough. Having a little patience, maybe it takes off to the upside. If it does, I'd be looking at the 50-day as a target. If it drops below, I'd be looking for these recent lows at 385, 380. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the case, though we'll have to wait and see.
Rating says against the backdrop of US labor shortages and lower labor force participation, wage pressures have been elevated and are likely to remain so.
Okay, trying to make a higher high here on SPY. Very risky that we could just roll over right here. So if we do get rejected, I'd be looking at puts, maybe the 410 put. If we get rejected here and we roll over again, if we don't, and we get above 412, then I'd be looking at 413, maybe 412 calls for a dollar move there. Looks like we might be heading that direction. All right, very little supply overhead. Above 41.25, we could run. $41.25. $41.25. We're looking for a move above 41.25. That would be 412.50 more or less on SPY. HUSA. Yeah, there was something about a explosion.
Also saying US's Austin, saying that US's Austin and Canada's Trudeau met at a joint command in Colorado.
Tesla's still up $11.80, off the best levels of the session. SPY starting to turn over this time. All right, so there you go. Starting to get our answer. Looks like a short.
Iran's Foreign Minister Amir Abdullahian says Tehran presented a new proposal for the US to revive the 2015 nuclear deal, according to state TV.
All right, one more time, faking us out. Looks like we're going to push a bit higher now. This choppy mess. This got to get above 412.75. Got to get above 412.75. MHUSA, Houston Energy. That one looks pretty good, Frank. Thank you. Looks good, Frank. All right, got to get above 412.75. Just feels like we're going to drop off here. Futures, major demand below. We got about 40,000 contracts just below 41.15. There's no supply, very little supply. As we're starting to push higher. Deltas are green. Deltas are green on the day, so we should see a follow through, I would think. Deltas are green and moving higher. That's telling you that there's aggressive buyers. Sellers keep trading though. Tough area to trade until we get above 412. You can't really think on the long side. It feels mostly short side because we're below VWAP. We're below VWAP, and you know when we're below VWAP, we're looking for bearish trades. We could see a mean reversion move back here, but it's so close to the 413.63 level VWAP that if we do bounce, we got to wait until we get through 412. You could try, some longs down here, given what we're seeing on futures, but okay, Alibaba is on a buy signal again, 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute daily. Alibaba, lots of flow starting last week on Friday, the 100 call into Monday, the 100 call again. Today, the 110 call. Mostly AMD calls now. AMD calls.
Just seeing some more color here as we did see that US natural gas prices tumbled after a fire broke out at the
AMD.
export terminal.
The 103s, 102s.
Despite surging overseas demand.
AMD, more calls coming through. AMD 105s now. AMD, nice turn here on AMD, starting to move higher. Alibaba trying to get back up to the highs of the day. Bollinger Bands expanding rapidly on Alibaba on the daily. Alibaba's at the highs. Okay, Alibaba's at the highs. Got a squeeze on. All right, looks like we might actually push higher. Keeps going back and forth. Deltas are still rising. That's telling there's more aggressive buying. Every once in a while we hear the little negative ticks there. Now we're getting positive ticks. There goes AMD. AMD, nice long from here. Trailing stop of about plus or minus 50 cents. Nice move here, AMD. AMD looks good.
We're hearing from US National Security Advisor Sullivan that the US is investing heavily on infrastructure and food security.
All right, SPY. Still messing around here. SPY, Alibaba. Watch AMD. AMD is a nice trade off of this level. AMD is a nice trade off of this level. Okay, I put a trailing stop about 50 cents and just looking for this to continue higher back to VWAP. You got about 75 cents between here and there on a scalp. Volume, you can see volume has been mostly bullish. All right, this looks like we're a little profit taking there. You can see some red volume coming in. Wait for the next dip. Maybe we follow through higher low, higher high, and maybe the SPY also goes with. VIX is hanging tough right here at 25, just below 25 at 24.40. Come on, SPY, we can do this. All right, AMD looking really good. AMD looking really good. All right, a nice volume, AMD. Okay, Alibaba. These Chinese names doing very well. There goes Alibaba, about to take out the high of the day. Alibaba, new high of the day soon. AMD, nice. AMD, nice follow through. Looking for a continuation. Need to see the indices pop above 412. That'll give us a tailwind that could help push things higher. If you're scalping, we don't need any headwinds. All right, so we got 4120. We've got some supply there, about 20,000 contracts. Still not able to get through that level. Baba high of the day. Alibaba, more calls coming through on Alibaba. 1, 2, 3 1, 2, 3 trade 4, 5 trades there on Alibaba. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades on Alibaba. They keep hitting the tape. Alibaba got some puts coming through now. Alibaba. So the puts are the 115 strike. That looks like somebody's selling some premium, perhaps. Alibaba looks like it just wants to keep going. We had a nice squeeze this morning. Nice squeeze right here. That was a nice long there. Taking it from this morning, the opening range breakout. Consolidated for about 30 minutes and then boom, took off to the upside. Consolidating for the last couple hours. Now it's starting to push higher again. Alibaba. Baidu. Baidu also seeing some flow today. Let's go take a look at the Chinese stocks. Chinese stocks are seeing a lot of activity the last few days. Supposedly, the White House, the administration's looking at some, I don't know, tariff consolation or something or another. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I heard some conversations which sounded like it was bullish for Chinese stocks. Okay. EDU turning up, fairly inexpensive tutoring stock. We mentioned this one a couple of weeks ago, right around 13. We're looking for a breakout. We got it, 4 points there. Baba. Okay, so we'll get this very major volume by price band right along this area. If we get through this level, Alibaba should run. For now, this is resistance, though. That's resistance. Alibaba. Volume. Note the volume the last 3 days. That's institutions picking up shares. This is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see Kathy Woods pick up on. She usually trades what, JD.com. Let's see what JD looks like. JD.com. All right, JD starting to turn. Okay, JD's headed for the 200-day right there. All right, Baidu running into some resistance now. Okay, Baidu. That's clearing the 200-day. So I'd love to see that happen on Alibaba. Clear the 200-day. Alibaba. Okay, there's the 200-day right there. Okay, 200-day is at 126.20. And we're still seeing some flow on Alibaba. JD.com. JD. Let's look at JD. JD. Okay, JD's got the 200-day right there at 68 and change. So maybe a follow through tomorrow. Maybe the best idea is to sell some into strength. You've had, multiple days on this breakout since Monday. Alibaba just keeps surprising, keeps following through. GameStop is off $7. What happened to that? GameStop. All right, so we're having a lot of difficulty getting through 412. Looks like they want to pin it right in this area. Looking like a Wednesday pin at 412. Unless we roll over, 412 pin. Alibaba, some puts now. HYG, we got the 95 put on HYG. Lower on HYG would be bearish for the markets in the short term. HYG pulling back now. That's bearish for the markets. All right, SPY looks like we're going to break down now. Looks like we'll break down. Check out the puts. We're getting rejected at 412. Maybe the 410 puts for Friday.
The US National Security Advisor Sullivan on China tariffs. The Biden is considering options.
Are we getting rejected here, SPY? The VIX pushing a bit higher. Okay, HYG moving lower is not bullish. That's bearish for equities. Same thing with junk bonds. These two start to roll over and drop fast. Look for the indices. You can see very similar look to the indices. All right, so if we lose this, okay, look for the SPY to drop below the 21 day. That would be a retest of that low, 407, which we tapped 4 times already, 407. Hopefully, we just continue to move higher and junk bonds bounce. Find some buyers at the low of the day. Alibaba is still doing well. All right, Alibaba's going. Alibaba's still going here. Baba.
Here in geopolitics, two countries on the IAEA board, Russia and China, are opposed to resolution criticizing Iran. 30 voted in favor, 3 abstained. Also hearing now from the White House, who said the last OPEC plus meeting was important and positive. Look forward to continuing consultations.
AMD looking for a higher low to print here, get a higher high, get above VWAP. Alibaba. All right, come on, let's jump above 412 and just get this over with.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order.
All right, futures look a little better. 4130 is where supply is. We hit a demand zone, a support level of 4112. Let's see if we can hold this. 4112 futures. Looking for a follow through or not. AMD, no follow through yet, no bounce. Amazon looks like it's just basing here. Amazon looks like it's going to base here for a while in this zone. Post split from Monday, we drifted lower 120. All right, looking at the volume. Okay, that looks like institutions going into the split. It hasn't rolled over. HYG, we're watching very closely for wicks. Want to see buyers at the low of the day. This has slipped more than I wanted to see. I wanted it to hold the 50-day. Didn't do it. This is bearish if this keeps moving lower in the short term. If this were to drop off for whatever reason, junk bonds and high yield corporate debt tend to lead the markets. Okay, back in January, of course, we hit the highs. We were already starting to move lower in late December, as you can see. So always keep an eye on junk bonds and high yield corporate. That's going to help you out a lot. Okay, here's late December. You can see we started to lose it about 2 or 3 days before the SPY. We were already dropping below the 50-day on that big candle right there. The S&P, the same time, had that negative divergence, bearish divergence that we saw back in January. But junk bonds led the way. Junk bonds were getting weak and they started to roll over before the S&P did. We went sideways. Junk bonds were already dropping off. And then we had that big day to start the year. And then we dropped off. Now we managed to bounce almost 10% off the low and consolidating that 10% gain. That's not unusual. That's pretty constructive if we can manage to break higher and test the 50-day. 50-day is coming up very fast, dropping very fast down the price action. So is the 100 period and the 200 period overhead, the green line. But this major volume by price area right along here, 4150 is supply up to 4200 and the 50-day. So it looks like we might roll over here. All right, so we're starting to move lower. So if you took puts on the rejection so far, looks like VIX is going to also drop, also move higher. VIX is moving higher.
Health and migration, those are inclusive economic growth.
Extreme low, take alert.
Oh, we're dropping off here. SPY dropping off. Going to make a new low here. Let's see if they take out the stops and reverse or what they're going to do here. VIX making a new high in the evening session here. Alibaba. All right, more bearish flow coming through, or dropping through support levels. Deltas are dropping as well. VIX pushing higher.
Extreme low, take alert.
which sources the Iran censored and the IAEA for failing to cooperate with monitors.
All right, now we tested the low. Here comes some volume in here now. All right, they took out the stops. Looks like they're going to reverse. Lots of volume coming in right here. All right, there goes Alibaba. Alibaba, new highs. Alibaba going again. All right, AMD looking for a follow through. AMD looking for a higher low and a higher high. A retest of VWAP. Nothing yet. Had a nice little rally there. All right, SPY looks like a nice little bounce. Another area to keep an eye on SPY and S&P if it gets rejected here for more puts again. Look for a little rejection there at the 20 EMA or 412 for 41.17, 41.18. VWAP is way up here at 41.39. It's 2:30, so wouldn't be surprised to see some buyers coming in. Roku looking for a spring off of this VWAP. Roku. SPY, not much going on here. S&P. All right, some nice volume coming in. Nice volume coming in. Okay, we got to get above the 20 MA. Lower highs, almost a lower low there. Well, it was a lower low, that wick right there. Taking out some stops underneath. The reason why I don't like buying puts is because a lot of times they'll test the stop underneath that level and then reverse it. Still feels a little bit bearish because of HYG and junk. These aren't getting much follow through. This needs to follow through as well. Junk bonds and high yield corporate debt. All right, these still look very weak. Alibaba trade of the day. Looks like it's going to keep going. All right, starting to pull away from VWAP again. The relative volume is what stands out. Look at the volume yesterday, particularly this time of day, 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30. Look at the volume yesterday compared to today. That relative volume is telling you it's in play, especially with VWAP tilted up and to the right. VWAP is not flat, so this is giving you a in play confirmation. As futures just sit here and meander sideways at 41.12. Feels like we're going to pin right in this area, 412. VIX is at the highs of the evening session. And futures deltas are sideways, but positive. Most of the market net flow has been bearish for the last hour. Very tough trading here. A lot of chop. Alibaba's still going a little bit more.
Low tickler minus 800.
All right, SPY. Watch SPY here. If we take out the low, we could head down to 410 very quick. We're at 410.70 now. Puts for a quick scalp.
Extreme low tickler.
Secretary says on consumer prices, we're expecting elevated prices.
All right, SPY looks like it's going to drop off here. More downside coming. All right, so it looks like we could reverse here. All right, these are just scalps, SPY puts if this continues to drop off. Got a 50-cent stop. Alibaba doing the best. Alibaba's still going. Alibaba still going. Alibaba, thank you very much.
More comments from White House spokesman here. Says that the US is moving to stable growth and will curb inflation.
You guys don't find this very choppy? Seems very choppy to me.
At the end of the week to be elevated.
Every time it threatens to drop off, we reverse. Still the moving averages are overhead. Feels like we're going to drop off. VIX is still at highs. Alibaba's still going. Alibaba's going to hit 120 today, it looks like. Alibaba. Very nice day on Alibaba. Trading at the highs of the day. Look at the size of that candle. The volume coming in. And it's got an ATR of just over $6. It's up 14 and change. That's an expansion day. Without a doubt. I'd probably be taking some profits off in the strength. Look for better entry tomorrow. Probably follows through. Maybe keep a couple on. But Baba 120 is, you can see that pivot right there, 120, 124. Probably going to hit the highs right here. Might take some BABA off right here. Okay, so I'm going to take some BABA off the table here from earlier. All right, I'm taking some more Alibaba pop off here. I could see that 120 level. This getting a little bit too frothy for me. Alibaba could keep going. Could keep going. Maybe keep a few more on. I got one call left. I sold some this morning in the ramp and went sideways. I held on to them. All right, Alibaba. Yeah, Alibaba looks like it could get to 124. 125 is the 200 day. I'll take another look at it tomorrow. Alibaba looks good. Love to see this rip higher, the indices. Roku, AMD. AMD no follow through right now. All right, there's no supply overhead. No supply overhead on the futures. If we can get past this level, 41.15, we should see a pretty quick rip to the upside. All right, nice little rally coming here. SPY looks like a nice rally coming in end of day. Okay, we're going to get through 412 maybe. Let's see. Let's see if we get through this and start rallying end of day up to 414 maybe, 413.50. $414 is 50,000 contracts there at 414 on SPY. Calls are trying to overtake puts at the moment.
your update here is Ethereum is closer to blockchain revamp after a successful test.
Net flow is still mostly in puts in the SPY. VIX is rolling over now. Very choppy day. Paychecks, P-A-Y-X, paychecks. All right, that looks good. Alibaba, looking for a lot higher on Alibaba. I just want to take profits while I have them. Alibaba, still going. I like to see AMD higher as well. There goes SPY. Gets above 412, you could see 413 probably pretty quick. There is no supply on futures. 4120, there's a little bit of supply. There's about 17,000 contracts. As far as futures volume, yesterday we had 150,000 contracts overhead as resistance and supply. We went right through that to close nearly at the high of the day. Coming into Tuesday's close today, just a drift lower. Feels like we're going to pin right around this area. For 8 days straight, we've just gone sideways. Swings have been much more difficult. Intraday scalps have been very difficult. Not very much profit. Selling premium working a lot better. Alibaba was the best trade today so far. For the most part, Alibaba did very well. On the call side, the 110 calls, saw those flow, the 100 calls flow coming into today. Monday, Tuesday, 100 calls very active. We're still seeing 120s now. 120s on Alibaba. All right, now the BABA 120 calls are going for 617. PDD, lots of flow here.
Which is up $3.01 or 2.5%.
PDD, the flow at the 65 strike, 65 calls. On PDD is a whole bunch of, a slew of them that just came through. PDD, the 65 call. PDD. PDD, a lot of flow. The 65 call. Okay. That could be somebody selling premium too, because we're at the end of the day. We've got a little bit more than an hour and 10 minutes to go. And that's just above VWAP. I mean, just above the 200-day. So the way Chinese stocks are trading, they could keep going a lot more. All right, we got the fast signal turning up a little bit. Is it? Okay, cool. All right, I have no trade on SPY at the moment. I'd love to see a little rally into the close. That would help out a lot of positions. AMD, a higher low is printed. We're looking for a higher high. A test of VWAP would be good. AMD. No follow through. All right, so it looks like they're gonna pin this right around this area, the way it's trading right now. SPY around 412. The expected move for the week was $10.18 on the SPY. That gave you a high of 420.72 and a low of 436. $10 either way. 420.72, 436 on the low side, 420 on the upside. Qs, we had 316.67 on the upside, 295.73 on the downside. About $10 there too, 10.47. Equal to what we saw last week. The expected move for the week was about $10. We saw about the same for this week. Expected move for the week, 1 standard deviation from the close on Friday, $10 either way. And IWM, the upside is 192.93.
Gains enough votes in the US Senate Banking Committee to advance nomination. However, voting does continue. Again, third vice chair nominee Barr getting enough votes in the Senate Banking Committee to advance.
Okay, let's get a higher low print here and a higher high. Let's get above 412. If you're bullish, you need to get above 412. That's the bottom line. At least we'll close something in what looks like a spinning top with more of a positive look to it. Right now, it's more of a negative look. We're in the lower part of the range. For today, 8-day range, you can see stochastics is embedded with a slight little fade to the downside. So that's telling you that we can still look for a close in the upper half of the daily range on a rolling basis, but price is just stuck here at in the lower half of the range. So we need to get back above 412 for starters, and then maybe attack VWAP if you're bullish. If you're bearish, you want to see 412 hold as resistance. That's very possible as well. All right, let's look at GSK, GlaxoSmithKline. Looks like they bought the rumor, sold the news. We got the 50-day. Can we get through it tomorrow, or do we get rejected? We got lower highs. Here goes SPY. All right, maybe we'll get a little pop higher. I'm still taking the opportunities to sell into strength. I'm taking more day trades, more scalps. Alibaba is a good example. Alibaba doing very well. I don't need to get the absolute high of the day, but it looks like Alibaba wants to try at least to get 120 today. Alibaba is beyond its ATR. It's trading up 14%. Those 110 calls now are very, very handsome profits. Those are 75 delta. They were like a 35, 40 delta this morning, the 110 call. The higher the delta, the higher probability that you're going to be in the money. Steel stocks are trying to bottom now. AMD, no follow through. We got a lower high now on AMD. VIX is hanging tough. SPY, no follow through. SPY chopping around here. My biggest concern right now is junk and high yield corporate debt. These two tend to lead the way, and they're telling us to be open to more downside in the short term. Junk and high yield corporate. Okay, it's not my opinion. This needs to bounce, like furiously needs to bounce. That would tell us that the people who trade these assets, a risky asset, it tells us that they are less concerned now. That's a pretty bearish looking candle for today. If we close at the low of the day, that would be very bearish, more bearish for SPY at the moment and the indices. Now there's a possibility we could come down and retest the low and bounce. That's possible too, but that would mean short term we'll probably lose the 21-day on the S&P. If junk bonds and high yield corporate debt move down to the lows, we'd probably lose the 21-day, maybe come down and test 4,000 again. SPY, the 400 area. All right, so junk bonds and high yield corporate debt need to bounce. All right, I also want to see better breadth. Breadth, advanced decline percent. Where are we? Let's go here. Advanced decline percent. All right, it's right at zero line. Okay, so we pulled back from that 105.91 reading on NIMO. 105.91 was the close Friday 2 weeks ago. We closed at 105.91. That was an way overbought reading, and told us to look for more downside. We got that 105.91. That was 2 weeks ago Friday. We've since pulled back. The overall flow is still headed for another peak. It has yet to flatten out or turn, so that's a good sign. We've got a green elder stick, so maybe we get some kind of follow through. Maybe we'll get some kind of follow through. We got to see junk bonds and high yield corporate debt moving higher, though. What else? So let's look at NYSE, new highs, new lows. Today, we'd like to see more new highs than new lows. Here's a 60-minute chart. Still above the zero line since the end of May. We've been above the zero line. That's a positive. I'd like to see a lot more. We got 74 more new highs. If you take out new highs and subtract new lows, you got 74 more new highs compared to yesterday. This is the highest spike we've seen recently in NYHL, the New York Stock Exchange high-low. Okay, advanced decline still consolidating, so that's borderline. And the NYSE is giving us a blue elder stick. Okay, so this is neutral to slightly bullish. Bullish percent, we want to see higher highs and higher lows. All right, so it's starting to look like it might peak a lower high, but we're at 50%. Just over 50% of stocks are on point and figure buy signals. So that's more neutral to bullish. And the put call ratio, all right, right in the middle, that's neutral. Really don't have much to go on there. Okay, these two dashed lines, horizontal lines, we're right in the neutral zone. So we could go lower, we could go higher. We don't really have a direction. Still in this descending channel on the S&P in an 8-day range. All right, so we're coming back down and test the lows. AMD, probably going to stop out on AMD. AMD is not working. Dollar Tree, still profiting. Everything is lethargic today. It's a Wednesday. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. Steel stocks been in a downtrend all day. Steel stocks looked really good yesterday. They were all turning at the same time. Timken Steel, big reversal today in Timken Steel. Okay, it's got to hold the 21-day and the 9 EMA. Yeah, what a bunch of chop. All right, we're in power hour now. It's 2 minutes into power hour. We're looking for a higher low and a higher high. We just seem to be chopping around this area. We've got a spinning top that we're dealing with, and we're in the lower part of the daily range. All right, calls are starting to outweigh puts at this point. Calls. All right, we've got more calls on Baba now. At the ask, that's becoming more bullish. Alibaba, the 135 call now is trading. Alibaba, the 135 call is trading. Wow, look at this freaking move today. Alibaba is up $15.38. Still going. I took profits. Alibaba, one more shot to the highs. Wow. Alibaba still going. The 125 and the 130 calls are active now for Friday and for next Friday, the 17th. Wow, Alibaba doing great today. All right. So it looks people. I would think people have been going to be taking some profits off the table. That's a big move on Alibaba. Okay, $15. Your ATR is what? What was it? 6. Alibaba, your ATR was just about $6.50. So this will be much higher tomorrow. But you're up here at 13, 15 plus 15. I would be taking some profits off the table. Alibaba. I don't think it can sustain this without some kind of retracement or inside day tomorrow. I would take profits. I got one call left, the 110 calls. I got one left. All right, more selling pressure, more profit taking.
low, tick alert minus
All right, we're
800.
dropping off now. Alibaba, I would take some profits off.
Extreme low, tick alert.
Take some profits, Alibaba. All right. All right, I sold some July UVIX covered calls. July. If this trade works out, I sold the cover calls for July. If for whatever reason we start to spike, I can always roll them out again to a higher strike, but I sold the cover calls against my UVX position. I have 500 shares for $2.42. That's going to bring my cost basis down below 13, closer to 12.50. That's would be a new low for UVIX. That's two times the VIX futures. All right, you know that I've been doing this. This is like the seventh trade now. Seventh trade. Every time this spikes to highs, I sell covered calls, wait for it to come back. I book those gains, wait for another pop up, sell them again, wait for the next day or two for a pullback. I buy them back for cheaper. sell them for $5, buy them back for $3, sell them for $3.50, buy them back for $1, sell them for $2.50, buy them back for 50 cents, that kind of thing. And make that premium. UVIX is probably at the high of the day now. VIX is starting to roll over. So I'll collect another $2.40 on these and can continue to do that as we're chopping around, as we're making, as we're chopping here in this range. I'm selling premium, okay? I'm selling premium knowing that, or thinking that we're probably going to stay right in this area. If for some reason the S&P bolts toward the 50-day, I'll make $2.40 most likely on those UVIX calls. If we drop off, I can take that UVIX and take the 16 call and roll it up to say the 17 or the 18 strike. For a credit, I've been watching, you can get a credit short term versus longer term. Generally, the credits have been about $2.50 for the same strike if you catch them at the right time. So I just did that a couple of minutes ago. I booked $2.42 times 5 for $1,000, a little bit more than $1,000 in premium. As we're chopping around here, I'm just, we're not going anywhere. Scalps are not working very much. Swings are not working. Yesterday, it looked like steel stocks were going to go, and they faltered. Look at Timken Steel. Timken Steel, Alibaba's still going. Timken Steel looked really good yesterday. Looked really good yesterday. Look at this today. Look at Nucor. All of these looked good yesterday. Looked like they were going to follow through. Nope. Doji, they still could. If anyone's going to do it, it'll probably be Nucor. Steel Dynamics, also lower. U.S. Steel, didn't work. Pulling back. Cleveland Cliffs, didn't work. Didn't follow through. And it's mainly because of what we're seeing on S&P. All right, we have no movement. We just got this 8-day range. Tomorrow will probably be 9 days. All right, so we're clearing supply. If we get above 4120, we could have a run into the close. So the point is that when we're in this type of range-bound action, I'm actively selling premium. For a credit in most cases. Roku, looking for that to bounce. Alibaba, nice trade on Alibaba. That's still going. Alibaba. All right, so we did tag 120. All right, we finally got above 120. Cool. Are you guys still in it, Alibaba? Anyone still in it? Okay. Nice, Zach. Nice. You got the puts? Okay, cool. Oh, you're showing me the puts. Okay. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised to see that pull back a little bit. Yeah. Cool. Baba. All right, Baba. Alibaba. All right, VIX dropping off a bit. All right, Alibaba hanging on to 120. Great job on Alibaba. Just feels like a little bit overdone. Just a little bit too medium rare for me. Medium well. Well done. All right, there goes SPY. Wait until the last minute.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, Alibaba. Alibaba's doing great. Alibaba's doing a hell of a lot better than I thought it would. I saw the 110 calls this morning. I jumped all over that. Having seen the 100 calls on Monday, all of these did well. Alibaba, Pinduoduo. Noted that I just posted in the trading room something I commented on Monday. JD.com. All of these higher. PDD, NIO a little bit higher. All of these doing very well. SPY dropping off. SPY popping now. VIX dropping off. Great, great. Good way to end the day. All right, more. Here we go. SPY going. SPY clearing this level. Looks like we could run SPY for Friday. Friday calls. Let's see what they're doing here. 413. Looks like we could get to 413. All right, I bought some 412 calls. For 610.
High took alert plus 800.
Boil, B-O-I-L, B-O-I-L. Nat gas, that's probably going to keep going. OKE, OKE, that dipped a little bit. Sold some at the high of the day. That was a Joe Terranova trade from last week. There goes SPY, continuation. I'm looking for 50 cents or $1 on these calls.
Bennett, who said that the UN Security Council should address any future Iranian nuclear misconduct.
Got plenty of time to rally hard here. SPY, nice bounce. So far, so good. All right, SPY's still going. Devon Energy is a big natural gas play. Devon, Chesapeake, EQT, Coterra, Range Resources, CNX Resources, Gazprom, obviously, that's Russia. UNG, what's UNG look like? UNG on the dip. It looks like that could keep going. UNG. Got a little bit of supply here. A little bit of supply at 41.25. Above 41.25, we could see a run higher to 414 or so on SPY, 41.40 on futures. Got to get above this supply at 41.25. I got about 20,000, 25,000 contracts right here. Supply that we need to get above. AMD making a higher high after making a higher low. It looks like looks pretty good though, actually. I was hoping that that higher low at 230 would be a follow through. Didn't come until 3 o'clock. AMD looking for a run into the close, maybe. Cleveland Cliff is finally turning the corner. Let's see, what's Devon Energy doing? Devon Energy, DVN. Devon's just grinding along. EQT EQT, another natural gas play. $49. Southwestern Energy, SWN, that dipped today. Consolidating. Okay, MACD starting to peak, it looks like. MACD starting to peak. Cheniere Energy, that's LNG, I believe, right? LNG, Cheniere, that's out of South Louisiana. LNG. Chesapeake. That's one that GTO couldn't stand. Chesapeake, CHK, I'm sure they have different management now. Chesapeake. UNG, inexpensive. Watching. All right, we can always trade these tomorrow. Getting a little late in the day. Selling premium's been pretty good. Been very more fruitful than some of these scalps today. S&P 500, 8 days in a range. Okay, a close in the upper half of today's range would be best for the bulls. We had a little bit of buying there. Got us back above those levels we were looking for. We were looking for a move back above VWAP. VWAP's up there at 41.36. SPY. Okay, we still have a chance. We still have a chance of getting back above VWAP. All right, so I don't know that I'll hold on to these calls. I'll just take these into 413, and I'll probably start taking some profits in there. If we get to 413 before the close, I'll take some profits off. That'll probably be about 50 cents, 75 cents on those calls. AMD trying to make a higher high here. AMD. Jan starting to turn the corner. Jan 1 trying to turn the corner. McDonald's turning the corner. McDonald's. That was disappointing. I thought that was going to break higher. SPY. All right, so they might sell this. Damn it, Janet. Some profit taking. 41.25 is supply overhead. 41.17 is support or demand area. Deltas are fading a little bit, but still green on the day. 6,000. 6,300. Positive deltas telling you there's more aggressive buyers than there are aggressive sellers. Net. Starbucks trying to turn the corner. Yeah, they went to the water park. My kids went to the water park with their cousins. My sister-in-law lives here too, and my brother-in-law. They have 2 boys, so they're having fun at the water park. Target was looking really good this morning. All right, there goes SPY. All right, 413. I'll be taking some profits into 413. There we go. All right, so it's very active buying right here. Shorts covering, new money coming in perhaps. Some decent volume. Look at yesterday's volume at the close. Looking for a crescendo in volume. Maybe we can get the same here. White House spokesman Jean-Pierre, we expect the inflation numbers to be released at the end of the week to be elevated. Okay, are they saying that because they know they're going to actually be lower, so they can say that, oh, look, they're lower? Okay, tick cumulative is trying to turn the corner. Tick cumulative is trying to turn the corner on the hourly. Let's see what the 5 minute looks like. 5 minute, yeah. 5 minute, the 2 minute have changed direction. So short term, we've got a little runway for higher. Tick cumulative. Okay, we're crossing over. The fast signal's crossed over, so we might have a nice little follow through on this rally end of day from the power hour low of 410. We're up 2 points, 2.5 points. Google's headed back to the highs of the day. Google. Okay, SPY, let's get some more room here. Let's follow through a little bit more. All right, those calls are up almost 30 cents now. $15, 20 cents. Sorry, 15, 20 cents. Okay, VIX needs to keep dropping off. I sold those covered calls for $2.42. If they drop to $1, I would definitely take that $1.42, $500, $600. I'll take that. Just did that about an hour ago, so wouldn't mind $600 in my pocket. Should always be thinking about ways to sell premium on days like today, when we've got 8 days of sideways chop. Look for those ranges, the lows up to the highs. Look for evidence that we can stay in this range. All right, so we came down and tested the lows, 410. Say what you will, but prices still contain past 8 days in this range between 407 and 417, 10-point range. So when we get to the lows, in my case, VIX, UVIX, I sold premium for $2.40. Those are already making money because UVIX. Okay, let me show you what I did. You see what SPY? SPY hit the lows, right? UVIX hit the highs. So what did I do? I sold covered calls for July. I don't intend on holding them that long. I sold the 16 call when we were up here, right there. I sold the 16 call for $2.42 for July. Now it's dropping off. I can buy those same calls back for close to $2. Not yet, but it looks like it could soon. And I'll just keep doing that. And every time I do it, the cost of the call brings my 100 shares, each 100 shares, down a buck or two. So my cost basis is now below 13. So I sell them up here at the highs, and I buy them back at the lows, thinking that UVIX is going to stay within this range for the most part. You know, close to 13 maybe is the low. All right, what's QID doing? QID. All right, that's Doji inside day above the 50-day for 8 days. So just like the Qs are holding resistance overhead. This is holding support. This could very well pop up to the highs. I don't know. But I would do the same thing with QID. I would sell covered calls, buy, and then sell covered calls a few days later once it gets going. All right, SPY, pulling back a little bit. All right, we're just below VWAP, right? So if we don't get a follow through, I might just take these calls off flat. All profit. OG. Yeah, we got less than 20 minutes to go. There's VWAP right there.
We're looking again now for the early market on close imbalance. It's still sitting at 143 million to the sell side.
I could turn this into a straddle. Could turn it into a straddle or a strangle. Could buy puts just in case we gap down tomorrow, or if we gap up. I still have a day beyond that. We're probably going to stay between this range, 417 to 407, somewhere in the middle. All right, no follow through. So it looks like we're going to pin right there at 412-ish. Give us a sneak attack and pop it back above. Here is the close from yesterday, 415.75. We're still closing off 3 and 3.75 on SPY, 37 handles on futures. What's Baba doing? Alibaba. All right, so it's drifted lower. It's about 60 cents off the high. Actually, more. It hit 121. Wow. Alibaba did very good today. Trade of the day. All right. Futures, the volume is really drying up here. I'm about to close these SPY calls flat. They've gone nowhere. Okay, I'm out of these SPY calls flat. It didn't go anywhere.
We are looking again now for the early market on close imbalance. Still unchanged at 143 million to the sell side.
Low tick alert.
All right, small. I'm out of this SPY calls. I'm out. No momentum here. All right, starting to pull back now. Figures. Chop. And looks like it's a good thing that I did. It's starting to pull back now.
Extreme low tick alert.
We're now hearing from a joint statement of France, Britain, Germany, and the US after the IAEA board resolution urged Iran to fulfill its legal obligations and cooperate with the watchdog without further delay.
All right, this is just a choppy mess. It's impossible to trade SPY today. So I've found the puts down here at 12 o'clock, that worked out pretty well. But this choppy range from 1 o'clock into right now, looked like we were going to break higher. Didn't happen. Got rejected. Closed those calls flat. No position in SPY right now. Alibaba had a great day. That was a trade of the day, Alibaba. You only need one really good trade a day. You don't need to take a whole bunch of positions and hope they all work out. Focus on one trade. Look at Alibaba. This thing is still going. Now, this is a little bit unusual, but look at PDD. PDD we identified on Monday. Right, that's much higher. PDD is up 10%. JD.com, we identified that on Monday. That's up 8%. FXI, I thought Pete Majarian would say something. It's up 3%. FXI. All right, so this is all doing well. And you know, on Monday we thought that Pete would say something. Didn't say anything yesterday. Today he finally said something about FXI. He also talked about Wendy's. I haven't looked at Wendy's. Wendy's looks pretty good. McDonald's I thought would do better. McDonald's is just fading here. Probably going to bounce off the 50-day area, the 21-day. But additional Chinese stocks all looking good. NIO gapping up. We had EDU looked good. EDU, big day on EDU. I talked about this one last week that if it got above 13, we could see a follow through. Look at that move on EDU. $1.10, it's up 256. So that's telling expansion day. That's institutions. That's their footprints. Look at the volume. What's the other one? TAL, another one. We were looking for this to break out above the $3-4 level. It broke out today. Also, what's the IQ, another Chinese stock. Look at the Chinese stocks. They're all doing well today. Now, this week, we saw that those were going to most likely move higher. Okay. Every single one of this, except for a half a dozen, are not doing that well. But all of these here, QTT, up big today, 100% in one day. QTT. Okay. EDU, Tour. Okay. Penny stock from 50 cents up to 60 cents. So 20% on the day. What else? Alibaba, we talked about. WIMI, WIMI. That's one Joel likes to trade. Joel, if you're listening. $1.95 up to $2.30. Pull back. All these Chinese stocks most likely will continue. CWeb, we saw a lot of call volume on this one on Monday. Look at the volume. That's institutions. From 60 to 80 in 5 days. Not bad. 20 points. And the options have been killing it. EMD coming into the close. We've got puts and calls trading. We got less than 10 minutes to go. But continuing on with the Chinese stock, Baozun. Baozun, we identified this last week. Baozun, you can see where I marked it up. I haven't made changes to the markup. You see this, RSI? We were looking for RSI to stay above 50. It did over the last 3 weeks. We marked this up. This volume by price band was much thicker. Okay, now it's come in quite a bit. Okay, and it's more like this. Once it got above this volume by price band, look how easy it gets up to about this level here. Okay, see that volume by price band overhead? That's where it's probably headed. It broke that trend, downtrend. Okay, that was identified 2 weeks ago that we thought we might see a follow through in Baozun. If you took it, retest 90 MA, took off to the upside. Look at the volume. That's institutions. All right, will this keep going? Probably. But I would look for a better entry tomorrow, maybe a little pullback. Better entry. Baozun, looking good. CWeb, let's go back to our list. Okay, CWeb, Baozun, Pinduoduo, we talked about that one. Pinduoduo just keeps going. Okay. Breaking downtrends. Let's go out to the weekly. Let's take a look at where it might go, where it could go. All right, so what do we look at on the weekly time frame? We're looking at the 10 EMA, and whenever we get above the 10 EMA, we start to look for follow-through. That started 2 weeks ago into this week. We tested it 3 weeks ago, but fell back. But 2 weeks ago, we got above the 10 EMA on the 40 level. Now we're up 60. We're up 25 points from that level. PDD. All right, SPY coming back now.
Extreme low tickler.
So that's 25 points on PDD. Same thing with JD.com. Look at the weekly time frame. Look at the 10 EMA. We're above the 10 EMA for the second week. Looks like this could accelerate. Do I want to buy it up here? No, I want to wait for a little pullback. But these look really good for setups for going forward. PDD, same thing. Pinduoduo, that we just looked at. Alibaba, look at the weekly time frame. This is the first week to close above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is turning. What do you think the odds are that maybe Alibaba gets back 382, 236, something like that? Fibonacci's from here, from the high down to the low. Okay, so let's put the 236 on here. All right, 236. Even if we get to 236, that's 130. We saw the 130 strike trading very heavy today. Okay, so don't buy up here. Wait for a little dip tomorrow. Maybe we get a dip at the open. We've been seeing those dips at the open. Okay, Alibaba weekly. Weekly. And let me store that in the Chinese stocks. All right, we got less than 5 minutes to go. Less than 5 minutes. Chinese stocks. All right, so whenever it gets above the 10 EMA, that's a good indication, all right, that you might want to think about paying attention in the weeks to come. All right, you got the downtrend. You really don't need this, but you can see it. The downtrend is broken. The first week it's broken now. So I'm pretty excited about excited about Alibaba, the potential here. All right, let me pull that out of the way. Pretty excited. Alibaba should do very well. 236. 382 would be right up here at 160, 170. Can you imagine a 40-point run from here for Alibaba? All right, so what's it doing right now, Alibaba? Alibaba's up too much today. It's up 30%, 28% right now. Baba. All right, it's hanging out at 119. If we can get in, say 118, 115 tomorrow, that would be great. That would be excellent. Okay. Nice turn. HUSA has sold some covered calls. Those are up 25 cents per call. HUSA, Houston American Energy. If it pops tomorrow for whatever reason, I can always roll those calls up for a credit. Most stocks are off today. It's a Wednesday. Wednesdays tend to be, more doji days. Go back and look at all the Wednesdays. The vast majority of Wednesdays are pretty much kill theta day, especially for the weekly options. So when you see this, the 10 EMA and a break of a trend, start paying attention. We started paying attention coming into this week. And Friday, we saw the 100 call trading on Alibaba. Didn't do anything about it then. Monday, we came in, 100 call again, very active. Yesterday, the 100 call. Today, the 110, the 120s, the 130s, all starting to go up the ladder now. And those were out in August and September. Okay, HYG, more puts on HYG. Let's go take a look at HYG. Lower is bearish for equities. Okay, so we want to see this bounce. We want to see a bounce soon, or else we could be heading back down here to a double bottom or worse. Just keep in mind, puts are very cheap. Puts are cheap on the SPY. With VIX down here at 24. Next week, we got a major expiration in VIX on Wednesday. But VIX below the 50-day, there's a possibility we could get down to the 200-day before moving higher. GameStop looking for after hours trade maybe on GameStop to move higher. All right, we're pulling back a little bit more. So the takeaway with SPY, S&P is that we're in this range, and we'll probably stay in this range, maybe even until Friday. If we break above 41.77, I'd be a lot more bullish. If we break below the lows here, I'd be a lot more bearish. So bullish above 417 on SPY, and bearish below 407, bearish below 407 on SPY. Okay, we're right in the middle of the range. I wouldn't be too concerned about the markets right now because they're just chopping around between this $10 range, 100 points on the S&P 500, 10 points on SPY. Okay, SPY. Okay, you can see the ATR is dropping now. So as we stay in this range, this is a good thing to sell premium outside of these bands. All right, there's your closing bell. All right, I got a hard stop. I got my son's birthday. I'm gonna go meet up with them over at the water park and have a little fun with him. He's 12 years old. He's all happy. It's his day. We'll probably celebrate in the weekend as well. So have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I hope that you didn't get too disappointed today. A lot of choppiness. Hopefully you took Baba. That was a good trade, Alibaba. That made up for a lot of bad trades, trades that didn't go anywhere. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Probably take a scan of what was showing relative strength and maybe a blog post tomorrow if I get home early enough. Take care. Thanks for everything. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.